Okay, so last time working on this project, I had implemented the music catalog, but it is appearing in the wrong location. So we're going to relocate the music catalog user interface to be in the correct location. We are going to start working in a new thread, so provide me with a prompt that provides a recap of what we've worked on so that the new thread has context. I'm resuming work on my Simulus and iOS Swift project in a new thread. Please treat this message as the full context of my last working session. I'm going to blindly trust that prompt is going to deliver 100% satisfactory results. Let's see which agent we want to work with. GPT-5.6 Terra. Why not? Enable thinking. Alright, we have our GitHub API connected. We have GPT-5.6 Terra enabled in this session. Okay. We enabled thinking here, so I guess that's why it's taking so long. Alright, so reviewing our sprint. The code base is clean and well separated. Alright, so task 5. Okay, so task 6 is now relocate catalog to add content. So we're presenting a flow correction. Task 6 originally read wire track selection to playback from the library hosted discovery music screen. The corrected product flow makes add content music the home of remote discovery, so task 6 now covers the relocation plus the corrected selection flow. Host the preset first remote catalog inside add content music, replacing its coming soon placeholder. Remove the library level discover mode entry point. An earlier iteration superseded by this flow. Treat remote catalog tracks as add import candidates, not already owned library items. After the user add ones, it appears in the library music content. Once content has been added, playback flows the normal library dual audio path. Playback never starts directly from remote catalog surface. Tracks must be added to the library first. That's correct. Done when add content music. Done when add content music hosts the preset first catalog. The library discover music card is now gone. Adding a catalog track makes it appear in the library. A track added this way plays as music stream without interrupting the learning stream. Volume isolation holds. Routing goes through dual audio player view model. This flow correction deliberately does not address the heuristic issues observed in Task 5's verification. Okay, so what currently exists? Music catalog view plus music catalog view model. Library entry point. Add content sheet. Add content view with segmented picker. Music tab is equal to coming soon. Data model. Catalog track. Audio item. Style tag. Audio item source. Alright. Step 1. Create a music library store. Prompt A, use 3 focus prompts sequentially with your AI coding session. These prompts should instruct Claude to review the sprint document. Review, then execute the next 3 stages in order without asking for confirmation between them. Review, docs, sprint, music, So I feel like there's a configuration or a misalignment between Claude CLI and the current session I have with Perplexity, because Perplexity is giving me its own plan on how it thinks we should move forward. It's giving me 3 different prompts to give Claude when we have a sprint document that lists the exact instructions. So I'm just asking Claude to review the sprint, to provide back a report on what it thinks it's going to be doing, and then I'm going to paste that report back to Perplexity to make sure that it's aligned, that the two are aligned with each other a little bit better. It's never going to be quite perfect, but I'm just doing my best to make sure that I keep those 2 sessions complementary, or complementing each other, rather than one of them going off course. So I just looked up, I saw this YouTube video today about junior devs not being able to code because they're relying on AI, which, I mean, I completely understand. why that's becoming a popular topic. So I just Googled junior devs don't know how to code article, and I'm just going to read some of this information that I found just from a simple Google search of the AI overview. Strategies for modern junior developer. Many developers and mentors suggest that AI isn't going anywhere, but it needs to be used with strict learning mindset rather than as a crutch. Recommended habits include interrogating the AI. Instead of blindly copying, ask the AI to explain the logic line by line before implementing it. Build from scratch. Turn off AI assistance occasionally to build core authentication or logic systems for yourself so you fully understand the mechanics. Obsessing over failures. Focus on edge cases and error handling rather than just getting the happy path to work. That sounds interesting. The core problem, over-reliance on artificial intelligence. Superficial seed. Junior developers can generate functional code blocks using AI, but they frequently do not understand how the code works. Debugging nightmares. When the generated code inevitably fails or encounters a complex edge case, juniors often lack the foundational knowledge required to fix it. Loss of the struggle. Historically, developers learn through the painful but rewarding process of debugging and consulting forums. AI shortcuts this, trading long-term mastery for short-term output. I mean, it's hard to disagree. I've interviewed plenty of junior devs over the last couple of decades, and a shocking percentage of them didn't understand basic concepts. I have an interview question that should be almost insulting to the person being asked, which is basically, what is an API and how would you use it? And I have lost count of the number of blank looks that question draws. Well, first off, what does it stand for? That'd be interesting if they couldn't answer that. Alright, Claude has given us a response, so we're going to go ahead and give that to Perplexity. Totally agree. In my college class at a prestigious school well over 15 years ago, only a tiny fraction of the students in class could actually code to any reasonable degree, maybe 10% or less. The rest were there to do the bare minimum required. Never developed a deeper understanding of any of it, and were just hoping to land a cushy job once outside of school. Coding is more than just remote memorization of constructs. To do a good job with it, you needed to have a deep understanding of many related concepts at once. Algorithmic complexity, memory usage, network latency, threading. Even the best AIs today cannot write novel code that does all of these things well or even correctly. I scratch my head trying to figure out why these guys think they're so smart, yet unable to deliver anything. I did a hackathon about 2 years ago within a company I worked for. Of the 63 contestants, only 2 delivered any actual code. Even then, only mine was tested and working in 3 days the contest ran for. I saw entry after entry deliver nothing but storyboards and wondered if I had misread the terms of the competition. I hadn't, so I won. Because their teachers and parents told them they were all geniuses and were going to change the world. Alright, yes, Claude's review is solid and it found the key architectural risk. Internet Archive search results can't be related like normal library items unless they're persisted as full track records, not just IDs. That means task 6 is really a persistence plus routing problem, not just a UI relocation. Okay, I agree that Internet Archive cannot be activated in Source Manager available sources until the playback path is ready, because otherwise you risk exposing tracks that can't be restored or resolved reliably on relaunch. I also agree that the catalog needs a persisted save track store because library view model.load all content rebuilds music from category fetches and ID sets alone, which is not enough for ephemeral remote catalog items. What it would change, I would avoid making add automatically mean save plus Q unless you explicitly want every import to also become immediately playable in the library queue. The safer default is add is equal to save to library. Then the user can queue play from library using the existing music card affordances. That keeps discovery and ownership conceptually separate. I'd keep the delete affordance. I'd also keep the delete affordance because otherwise imported items become sticky with no easy undo, which is awkward for discovery service. Okay. Review, then implement task 6 in this order and report back with concrete code changes you would make before editing anything. Before coding, explicitly call out any assumptions, risks, and whether you recommend add is equal to save only or add is equal to save plus Q with a rational brief. I really don't think save plus Q is the way to go. And I think Claude should agree with us. Here's a concrete review back to Claude. The report is strong, but I tighten one architectural point before implementation. One architectural point before implementation. Willick's right. I agree with the main diagnosis. Task 6 needs persisted owned records for catalog additions, not just IDs, because the library is rebuilt from category fetches and ID sets at launch. I also agree that the catalog should move into add content. The old library entry point should be removed, and playback should stay inert. Playback should stay inert on the discovery surface. The recommendation that add should mean say plus q is reasonable because it matches the existing plus checkmark meaning in library and avoids a confusing two-step ownership flow. I would adjust. See, that's interesting because it recommended before that it should just be save, not say plus q. Explain. With save plus q, the tap does two things at once. It adds a track to the own library and immediately marks it as a queued selected so the library checkmark appears right away and the track is ready to play from library. The catalog row becomes more affirmative. The button behaves like an I want this track now action, not just a bookmark. If you choose say plus q, the catalog acts like a fast on-ramp into the own music library. I think that's how podcast works right now. So if I go into podcasts and I click business and I click a plus sign, add to podcasts, then how does the podcast discovery to library process work? Yes. Now provide the revised prompt. Alright, let's go ahead and ask Claude to do something now. It might break some things. I expect it to break some things. I'm really not too thrilled about the way that I'm interacting with these agents. I don't really think I understand exactly what the code says. I realize I probably should. I mean, if I want to consider myself somebody who is utilizing AI to build a project aligning with the best practices of using AI. And so what are the best practices of using AI to write software? As it relates to the most up-to-date suggestions. Augmentation over replacement. The Stack Overflow blog. Building shared coding guidelines for AI. How are people really using AI in 2026? How to actually use AI as a developer in 2026. The Stack Overflow blog, Building Shared Coding Guidelines for AI and People Too. Coding guidelines and standards for agents need to be a little different, more explicit, demonstrative of patterns, and obvious. As engineering organizations grow, getting everyone to work on the same software starts to get unwieldy. Everybody has their own quirks and styles, which can lead to a Tower of Babel implemented as a service-oriented architecture. So leadership folks came up with ticketing systems, Scrum, and deployment pipelines to bring some consistency to the process. For the code itself, they wrote coding standards and guidelines. In 2026, software engineers are writing less and less code by hand. Instead, they use coding agents to write code based on their designs. But if those agents contribute to an enterprise code base, then they need to follow the standards and guidelines. Fortunately, most of the code generators have implemented ways to add standards and guidelines to your agents. The catch is that it's not the same as onboarding a new junior developer. You can't just throw a few documents at them and let them explore. Agents are fast, but lack context of your code. And a lot of the context for human coders come as tacit learnings as they see particular forms, styles, and patterns. We call red flags in code smells, which speak to the vibe-based nature of a lot of code understanding. Despite popular disclosure, coding agents don't run on vibes, at least not in a professional situation. As coding agents create more and more code, the cognitive burden of software engineering is shifting to design and architecture as well as code review. Code review will be most engineers' first look at the code since they didn't write it themselves. They just know what they wanted the code to do. Coding guidelines for agents can inject a bit of determinism into a non-deterministic process. Coding guidelines and standards for agents need to be a little different, more explicit, demonstrative of patterns, and obvious, but not super different, as good documentation is for all coding entities. Here's how to best create coding standards for agents and humans. Ground rules. The code that agents produce need to work with a bunch of code that's already in production. Unless you live in a blessed life building a purely greenfield project. It needs to use the same languages. It needs to use the same languages and libraries, hook into any build and deployment systems, and fit within the platform engineering systems and paradigms you use. If your front end uses Express, your agent shouldn't code with React. Beyond the tech stack, your engineering team has a set of methodologies and best practices they use to write code for a shared code base. Some of these may be universal best practices, some may be team culture, and some may be the ways that your team deviates from or ignores best practices. While this may be assumed common knowledge with your human teammates, take nothing for granted with agents. What are the prompts that you need to give it? Like DRY, says Vish Abrams, chief architect at Heroku. There's classic programming principles that to seasoned engineers are common knowledge. The same thing is true about deployment. You want to build your application where configuration and code are separate. You can tell the large language model to build your application that way, or you can just say, build me a snake game and it'll do whatever it wants. Maybe it's not maintainable at all. This might be the time to revisit your coding guidelines altogether. Many of the best practices were created when code was artisanal and handwritten. If you're only engaging with code during review, maybe some guidelines change. Maybe having multiple copies of functionality is better for code review, so you see functionality with the pull request. Maybe not, but many of the best practices serve to make code readable and maintainable for humans. How to code the code. Coding, like writing, has a lot of decisions that can vary across organizations. For outsiders, they may seem small and arbitrary. but they can have downstream impacts and slow down reviews for colleagues used to certain conventions. We use the serial comma here on the Stack Overflow blog, but others don't and are wrong. Like a style guide, your agentic coding guideline should indicate the decision your team has made about which language constructs to use and why. Here are a few decisions to consider, including variable and method naming. Naming things is one of the hardest problems of software engineering. Do you want your agents running wild and creating factory builder factory, or mixing camel case and underscore style? If you have differences in style within a code base, say between C++ and SQL code, then indicate them separately. Indicate how to identify and resolve duplicate names. Tabs versus spaces. If your team has an opinion on the tabs versus spaces debate, let the agent know. Some IDEs and languages may make this debate moot. Make sure your agent knows the score regardless. Layout. Some programming languages like Python require specific indentation and formatting, while others allow freer placement. You might have particular feelings about layout for these things, and research suggests that layout can affect the speed of comprehension. Comments. Exceptions and logging. Your code needs to fail well, and agents need to know how you expect failures and collect data on software in production. It would be great if all of this could happen automatically, but most of the time it requires code within the software to do the job right. Might as well have the agent write that for you as well. What is that saying? Your code needs to fail well, and agents need to know how you expect failures and collect data on software in production. It would be great if all of this could happen automatically, but most of the time it requires code within the software to do the job right. Might as well have the agent write that for you as well. Comments. Agents can write comments, but should they do it before or after a method? Do they follow indent rules? Are you using an API documentation generator? How much detail do you want? This is something the human coder should probably guess at, but the agents need guidance. This is not a comprehensive list of guidelines for coding agents, and you'll likely find more annoying quirks your agent uses along the way. Good documentation is good documentation. I know this is meant to be a guide for agentic coding guidelines, but ultimately good documentation is the same whether it's for people or agents. In fact, many of the qualities below are more important for agents because they are much more unpredictable. The guideline should be clear and consistent. It should be dead obvious how to follow any guidelines that you write. Test your guidelines by approaching them in the most bad faith manner as possible. If you can find a way to misinterpret it, rewrite it. Write it in a simple, repeated style throughout the document. You don't have to be perfect, just predictable. AI loves patterns. Don't confuse the AI. When I wrote documentation, I assumed the reader could have a wide range of English skills. They could be a non-native speaker. That means not using idiomatic language or other constructs that require interpretation. Be simple, explicit, and boring. The same goes for code examples. Cover all edge cases so there are no decisions for the AI to make. Make your decisions obvious. Engineers build conventions tacitly. Engineers build conventions tacitly. We take for granted as engineers that when you're writing code and you spend a whole evening and you're writing a bunch of new functions, you're also implicitly absorbing the context of the code base. said Greg Foster, CTO of Graphite. Any guideline needs to take this tacit knowledge and make it explicit. Provide objective reasons for each guideline. Some guidelines might be inherited from standard conventions. Examples show patterns. I resisted examples and documentation at first, but once I had to use documentation to solve a problem, I got it. Screenshots, sample code, API playgrounds, all these showed me how to use tools better than a numbered list of steps alone. There's a reason that we jokingly offered a Control+C+V keyboard. That sample code gives you a template you can use to customize your own code, and AIs love a good template. Provide explicit examples of both correct and incorrect implementation of the code guidelines. AIs can use these patterns to determine what the correct code looks like in most given situations. Multiple examples for each won't hurt, but again, ensure your examples are consistent. Consider also giving the agents an overall example of what code looks like when it follows all guidelines. A gold standard file. Individual examples are like test units. Your gold standard is the end-to-end test. There's some discussion on whether you need only the gold standard file or whether it can work in concert with individual examples. We suggest testing to see which gets the best results. Errors are feedback. If you've worked with agents enough, you probably know that you're not gonna get this in one. If you've worked with agents enough, you probably already know you're not gonna get this in one. Your first version of the coding guideline isn't going to deliver perfectly formed agentic code. That's okay. Those failures are feedback that you can use to make your guidelines better. On this blog, Charity Majors talked about using CI/CD processes to speed up the software development lifecycle feedback loop. Software development lifecycle feedback loop. Agents are no different. While you don't need to implement a Ralph Wiggum loop, you can and should take mistakes in the code as an opportunity to update your standard files. Those errors might even be helpful to reveal the tacit parts of your coding corrections. To reveal the tacit parts of your coding conventions, those secret requirements that you may not have been explicitly aware of. Using failure as a feedback loop is how you'll have better agentic processes in general. There's a big difference between people that just chicken type a prompt, said Quinn Slack, CEO and founder of SourceGraph. They don't really want the AI to win. Then there's people that put in a ton of time defining their rules, their agent's markdown file, and then they write out what it should do. If it makes mistakes, they'll go back and update it to try to get it to be a flywheel. So let me break that one down because I have actually created an agent's markdown file. So using failure as a feedback loop is how you'll have better agentic processes in general. There's a big difference between people that just chicken type a prompt, said Quinn Slack, CEO and founder and co-founder of SourceGraph. They don't really want the AI to win. Then there's people that just put in a ton of time defining their rules, their agent markdown file, and they write out what it should do. If it makes a mistake, then they'll go and update that and try to get it to be a flywheel. What does he mean by flywheel in this case? A flywheel, a heavy rotating mechanical device that uses inertia to store rotational kinetic energy. An AI flywheel is a self-reinforcing loop where customer use of an AI product generates proprietary data, which is then used to refine and train the AI model. This continuous feedback cycle makes the product smarter, attracting more users and generating even more data. So I'm confused what Quinn is saying. Is he saying that there's a big difference between people that just chicken type a prompt? They don't really want the AI to win. Okay. So there's two types of people that are using Quinn Slack, he's saying there are two types of people. Being unambiguous in what you want, the software engineer in a vibe coding world. Quinn Slack, CEO and co-founder of SourceGraph, joins the show to dive into, I'm just going to bring this over here. Okay, being unambiguous in what you want, the software engineer in a vibe coding world. Quinn Slack, CEO and co-founder of SourceGraph, joins the show to dive into the implementations of AI coding tools on the software engineering lifecycle. They explore how AI tools are transforming the work of developers from syntax-focused tasks to higher-level design and management roles, and how AI will integrate into enterprise environments. The other feedback loop to pay attention to is human. Keep the standards file open as a dialogue with your engineering team. Put it in the Stack internal or another documentation repository and get everyone to edit, comment, and update. This is the code that everyone will be building and reviewing. They should have a say in the guidelines. That said, this shouldn't be your call to give up all those other deterministic code standard enforcers. Linters, formatters, and statistic analysis tools still have a place in your build pipeline. They catch the basics that your agents botch. Big companies who have tried to wrangle the coding styles of hundreds or thousands of engineers have had a leg up on folks just thinking about this now. Big companies have well-articulated style guides and best practices and processes to build code and deploy software, said Logan Kilpatrick, senior product manager at DeepMind Google. All of that is perfect ripe context to give to the model to make it helpful for you. Without a lot of that context, you are just taking a shot in the dark. The engineering of intent. Sho Shimoda. I think that's how you say his name. Shimoda. Sho Shimoda. The Engineering of Intent, Chapter 38, Multi-Agent Conflict Resolution. I don't want to look at Chapter 38. I want to look at Chapter 2. Master Claude Chat, Co-work and Code, the complete blog series. About the book, the Master Claude Chat, Co-work and Code is a practitioner's guide to getting real operational value from Anthropic's Claude across all three of its interfaces. Master Claude Chat, Co-work, Code is a practitioner's guide for getting real operational value from Anthropic's Claude across all three of its interfaces. Whether you're prompting in chat, automating workflows in co-work, or building agentic systems with code, this book takes you from first principles to production grade patterns. The book is structured in 7 parts, moving from foundational concepts through each interface's capabilities, into the engineering practices that make AI reliable at scale, and finally to security, governance, and the future of human-AI collaboration. Every chapter includes working code examples, architectural patterns, and practical advice drawn from real-world deployments. This blog series walks through the key ideas of each chapter, enough to understand what's covered and why it matters, while keeping the deep implementation details in the book itself. Think of each post as a guided preview. If the ideas resonate, the book goes much deeper. Part 1, Foundations. Chapter 1, The Evolution of Large Language Models, from Markov Chains to Context Engineering. This is the first post in a chapter-by-chapter series on Master Claude Chat, Co-Work and Code, from Prompting to Operational AI by Sho Shimoda. Each article previews one chapter, enough to shift how you think about working with AI, but only a fraction of what the full book covers. Chapter 1 is the one I kept rewriting, not because the material is complicated. It is, but that is not the issue. The issue is that most people skip it. They want the practical stuff, the prompting tricks, the automation workflows, the CI/CD integration. And I get that. But every single technique in the remaining 19 chapters depends on understanding what a language model is actually doing when it generates text. If you skip this chapter, you will use Claude like Magic Box. If you read it, you will use Claude like an engineer. From Markov Chains to Transformers. The chapter starts where most AI books do not, with Claude Shannon's experiment. The chapter starts where most AI books do not, with Claude Shannon's experiments in the 1950s on the statistical structure of English text. Not because it is a quaint history, but because the core idea has not changed. A language model predicts the next token based on the tokens that came before. Shannon did it with letter frequencies. N-gram models did it with word sequences. Modern transformers do it with attention mechanisms across 100,000 plus tokens of context. N-gram models. What are N-gram models? An N-gram model is a foundational statistical tool in natural language processing that predicts the likelihood of a word sequence based on the previous n-1 words. N-gram language models. This is a speech and language processing document produced by Stanford. If you are uniformly charming, he cried, with a smile of associating, and now and then I bowed, and they perceived a chase and for to wish for. That is not very, that's not like a good, that sentence doesn't mean anything. Random sentence generated from a Jane Austen trigram model. You are uniformly charming, cried he, with a smile of associating, and now and then I bowed, and they perceived a chase and for to wish for. That doesn't make any sense. Predicting is difficult, especially about the future. As the old quip goes, but how about predicting something that seems much easier, like the next word someone is going to say? What word, for example, is likely to follow? The water of Walden Pond is so beautifully... You might conclude that a likely word is blue or green or clear, but probably not refrigerator, nor this. In this chapter, we formalize this intuition by introducing N-gram language models, or LMs. A language model is a machine learning model that predicts upcoming words. More formally, a language model assigns a probability to each possible next word, or equivalently, gives a probability distribution over possible next words. Language models can also assign a probability to an entire sentence. Thus, an LM could tell us that the following sequence has a much higher probability of appearing in a text. All of a sudden, I noticed 3 guys standing on the sidewalk. Then does this same set of words in a different order. On guys, all I of notice sidewalk 3, a sudden standing on the. On guys, all I of notice sidewalk 3, a sudden standing the. Why would we want to predict upcoming words? The main reason is that the large language models are built just by training them to predict words. Okay, I think I get the point of n-grams. I just wanted to take that rift a little bit. Abraham, mobile is so saturated. Why not have the agent do it for you? Yeah, I mean, I could have the agent just kind of do whatever. I could just say, build this whole application. Here's the whole idea behind it. But I'm just kind of taking a step back, I guess, and trying to understand how to use AI. Like, I'm trying to learn the best practices, I guess you could say, for using AI to build an application. And this application is for my own, like, I'm solving a problem that I experienced myself, and that if anybody else benefits from a problem that I'm solving that I had, then I suppose that's just a byproduct. And I agree, mobile is definitely saturated. I mean, everyone's building mobile apps, so no surprise there to me. I can definitely agree with that comment. But I think everything just kind of feels saturated. Software development feels saturated as a whole. I just noticed your comment, by the way. I wasn't able to see it until just now. All right, so where were we? Let's see. Shannon did it with letter frequencies. N-gram models did it with word sequences. Modern transformers do it with attention mechanisms across 100,000 plus tokens of context. The breakthrough was the 2016 paper, Attention is All You Need. Before transformers, models had a fixed size memory window. A 5-gram model only looks at the previous 4 words. If the relevant context is 15 words back, the model is blind to it. Transformers changed that by letting the model simultaneously attend to every part of the input, weighting what matters most for each prediction. I walked through this evolution in enough technical detail that you understand why things work, without drowning in linear algebra. If you have ever wondered why GPT-1's 117 million parameters could barely finish a sentence while Claude's architecture can orchestrate a multi-file refactor across a codebase, Chapter 1 explains the structural reasons. And I'm trying to think, Abraham, what your question is really asking. Why not have the agent do it for you? What do you mean do it for me? You mean like build the entire application? Or what? Like, because I am having it work for me right now while I read this article on mastering Claude. Because I think most people would agree that there's like a right way, or I don't want to say right way and wrong way, but there's a, let's just say that there's people who use AI to build software. And I'm reading these articles because, one, I think they offer a lot of value in the context of learning how to utilize these AI tools from a developer standpoint. I mean, Googling something like what are the best practices for using AI as a developer. Individuals like Sho Shimoda, who is he? Right, like, why should I be reading this guy's book? Sho Shimoda is a founder and engineer. He runs Receipt Roller, a digital receipt platform, and Action Bridge, an AI service that turns customer feedback into actionable tasks. His focus is the part of AI most demos skips. His focus is the part of AI most demos skip. The part that has to survive contact with real users. He studied computer science and statistics. Born in Nagano, Japan, raised in the United States, he writes for engineers who want the math, the systems, and the trade-offs, not the hype. I appreciate that. I'll turn it up a little bit. That's probably a little better. How's it going, Ziad? Thanks for checking out the stream. Where the most do last. Where them. Hey, what's up? Thanks for checking out the stream. Sorry I can't pronounce your name correctly. I butchered it, but I appreciate the comments. So I'm just reading some of this guy's literature, essentially. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks for letting me know. I'm going to repurpose some of these live streams for like shorts and stuff later, so I definitely want to be able to have good mic quality. So while I'm using Claude right now to build out some features on a mobile app that I'm building, in the meantime, while that's cooking, I am reading
The Art of War by Sun Tzu. 1. Laying Plans. Sun Tzu said, "The art of war is of vital importance to the state.
I really just
it is a matter of life and death,
live streaming
a road to either safety or to ruin.
Project that I've
Hence,
wanted to
it
build
is a
for a
subject
while.
of inquiry which can on no account be neglected.
I mean, I've
the
got
art
a proof
of war
concept.
Then, is governed by 5 constant
I don't
factors
really know what I'm doing.
to be
this is
taken
sort of
into account in
documenting
one's
the journey.
deliberations
So to
when
answer
seeking
the
to determine
like
the conditions
where the doll is at, I
obtaining in the
definitely
field.
wish
These
I
are
had an answer
the
for you
moral
that was
law. 2. Heaven.
a
3,
value greater than 0,
earth.
but unfortunately
4,
I have not
commander.
earned any revenue
5,
with this application.
Method and discipline.
It's not even live on the App Store yet.
The
It
moral
is currently
law causes
live
people
in
to be in
test
complete
flight, which
accord
is
with their
Apple's
ruler,
beta
so that
testing,
they will follow him regardless of their
platform
lives,
that they use. So if you want to build
undismayed
an
by any
application on
danger.
iOS, you can use test flight to
Heaven
let
signifies
people
night
test
and
the
day,
application.
cold and
I have
heat,
not released the app on
times
the App
and
Store yet,
seasons.
though.
Earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground and narrow passes,
But
and the
I'm
chances
just talking
of life
about
and
like
death.
how to
The commander
use
stands for the
AI
virtues of wisdom, sincerity,
as it relates to the best
benevolence,
practices. Like, what is the
courage,
industry
and
saying
strictness.
on how to
By method
use
and
these
discipline
tools?
are to be
Because
understood the marshalling
I
of
just
the
got
army
Claude
in its
like
proper
3 weeks
subdivisions,
ago,
the graduations of
and
rank among
I
the
opened
officers,
it up.
the
I
maintenance
gave
of
it
roads
access
by
to my
which supplies
project
may reach the
and
army,
just started
and the
working.
control of military expenditure. These 5 heads should be familiar
kinda
to
started
every
working
general.
on it.
He who knows them will be victorious. he who knows them not will fail. Therefore, in your deliberations, when seeking to...
Yeah, Claude is running some tests. That's why there's other audio playing right now. So I apologize about that. Claude is running tests. So I'm integrating a music catalog into the iOS application. I turned the audio down, the input from that application, so it's no longer gonna play on the stream. At least not as loudly. But I do have Claude running some tests on the iOS application for me. It right now I'm working on integrating a music catalog into the application. This is a dual audio playback application, so the core functionality is to basically play two audio files at the same time. Audio file number 1 is going to be like an audiobook or a podcast of some kind. Audio number 2 is going to be some kind of harmonious background music. And I anticipate there's going to be a lot of questions in the future about, well, how do you know what kind of background music is going to be good music? Everybody's different. For me, I like listening to like instrumental hip-hop music, ambient music, even classical music, whether I'm driving a car or I'm at the gym. And when I use this application now, like I'll listen to it in the car when I drive around and when I go to the gym. Like I try to put myself in a position where I can use this application, and it definitely needs like some fine-tuning because it's not as enjoyable right now as I hope it will be in the future. And the reason it's not as enjoyable right now is because I don't have access to all the audiobooks that I want or the podcasts that I want. I'm only using non-copyrighted versions or sources. So I am accessing non-copyright material, and a lot of the non-copyright material that's available is just not what people want to listen to. It's not what I want to listen to. But I'm just trying to integrate these sources for music, podcasts, audiobooks from a non-copyright standpoint right now, just because that's what my budget can afford. But at some point down the road, I would like to establish some licensing agreements with people who create music. So music creators, people who spend time working on creating music that would align with the scope of background music that I think would be that would sort of harmonize well with listening to an audiobook or listening to a podcast. I just recently got a computer engineering degree. I just graduated in May. The models that I'm using right now, I'm just using Claude Fable, Claude CLI Fable. I think it's Fable 5 or whatever. And I use Perplexity just because I have a really good deal. I have that student discount where I pay $5 a month for however much longer my student email is active. So I use Perplexity because it can plug into my GitHub API, and so I try to come up with like a plan with Perplexity on how I'm going to prompt Claude. Damn, tokens go brr. What do you mean by that? Like token consumption? I try to be as like aware of token consumption as I can. I haven't even checked what my token consumption is for this session. I'm going to do that right now. Let's see, how many tokens have I consumed in this session, which has been like the last almost an hour. All right, so I'm about 50% of the way through my current session token limit. I'm not too concerned about it right now. This is the first time I've really had Claude interact with the application to perform tests for me. So I imagine that's probably using more tokens than I'm used to. Yeah, I had Sun Tzu playing. That's one of the audiobooks that I've been testing recently. But what are you guys working on? What kind of tech stack do you use? What's your coding environment? What models are you using? What subscriptions do you have to different AI providers? I'm curious to know. I haven't really changed up my stack a whole lot. Yeah, so basically I'm creating a dual audio player application that allows a user to select an audiobook or a podcast and then find some kind of harmonious background music to play in the background of their audiobook. So like if you wanted to listen to Sun Tzu Art of War, and then you wanted to listen to some kind of like instrumental music that puts you in sort of like that mindset of going to war or just trying to like plot for the future, something epic, some kind of epic battle music. Yeah, I mean, and there's some kind of like epic, like some instrumentals are just not going to go well even though they're instrumental. So aside from the proof of concept, which is basically just dual audio playback, which is not a hard problem to solve, the real difficulty is going to be being able to find like a curated catalog of music that users have an abundant amount of options to select from. I'm happy to hear. I'm not the only one. Yeah, it turns out that there are other audio player applications out there that could easily integrate this technology, but I haven't been able to find any kind of platform that would allow me to play an audiobook or a podcast while simultaneously listening to some kind of background music. What stack am I using? I'm using Swift UI. That is the only programming language that I'm using to build this application so far. I've set up a Supabase database for when I start to incorporate my own music catalog. So like at a certain point, I'm going to have to host my own music, or music that I have permission to host, and audiobooks to host, or podcast. But I haven't integrated like a robust backend yet that requires any kind of database infrastructure. But at a certain point, once I start integrating much more users and allowing users to create profiles and tracking the kinds of music that they listen to, I'm sure I'll want to start building that out, which I haven't yet. But part of doing this live stream is just to kind of hold me accountable to the idea, because I've really wanted to build this for a while. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gonna see how it goes, try to document the journey a little bit every other day or every day as much as I can, as often as I can. Yeah, I agree, especially because I'm sort of like, I don't have the budget for it. I do not have the budget to really invest a whole lot into this project right now. But I don't want that to stop me from at least trying to figure out like what I can do. And so right now I'm leveraging non-copyright sources that allow me to utilize their APIs. And so one of the capabilities that I've already integrated is like, so if I go to this blue button, this in the navigation bar, and I go to podcasts, it's really not cosmetically that appealing. Like, I admit, like, the cosmetics need a lot of work for this. But I want to make sure that I can at least get all of the integrations, the entry points for the audio files connected. So I've connected a podcast catalog that allows me to search up basically any podcast, given that it has an RSS feed. And an RSS feed stands for really simple syndication. It's a web standard that automatically delivers the latest updates from your favorite websites. So if a podcast has an RSS feed, it can be leveraged here so that it basically streams that audio to my application. So if a user here were like, oh, I want to listen to a podcast about vibe coding, they would just type that in here. And I've already selected a couple, as you can see. And so then they go into their library podcasts, and then they add that to the dual audio player card, which is right here. This is the mini player for the dual audio player card. Once you click the mini player, it pulls up the dual audio player card, and then there's a way to navigate between podcasts, audiobooks, and then right here I can go to the vibe coding podcast that I just added, and then I can click on the different episodes. I've mainly been using or getting my user base from word of mouth, people I know in my personal life, and that's how I've been getting my users. At a certain point, once I feel like there's an interest, I will create a form for people to access the beta for this application and try to scale it to my goal of 100,000 users, which I feel like is incredibly ambitious. I mean, I see people, with the live streaming trend going on right now, with people saying, like $1 million or whatever the number is. So I thought I would also go for something that was highly ambitious. I do appreciate that, Ziad. I appreciate the encouragement. And at the end of the day, this would be solving a problem that I've had personally. So even if it doesn't scale and it's not like a quote unquote success, I'm just, enjoying the process of learning how to use these tools and being able to build a product that I personally would gain value from. Now, whether or not anyone else gains any value from it is a different story, but that is sort of the hope, is that, by solving my own problem as a byproduct, I could potentially create something that other people would enjoy as well. Right. That's definitely the approach that I had in this case. Would love to hear what you're working on, what kind of problem you're solving, if you wanted to share, and also like what kind of what's your perspective on using these AIs to build projects. I've recently been listening to and getting YouTube recommendations about like how people are relying on AI too much, and I mean, I'm definitely one of those people who's using AI and I don't really know exactly what the code is, like I admit, but I also I'm trying to put that effort in to understand what the best practices are for using these resources. Trading journal with a RAG pipeline. Okay, so you do some trades, like your own personal trading. retrieval augmented generation. I did a senior design project for my my capstone when I graduated, and one of my team members integrated RAG into the project. I forget exactly what he did. RAG use cases connects large language models to external data, enabling AI to provide fact-based and up-to-date answers from your specific documents while reducing hallucinations. It is widely used across enterprise to securely search, summarize, and extract insights from private data. RAG is highly valuable when data size exceeds a model's context window, or when privacy considerations prevent the use of proprietary information to train public AI models. So I'm looking up different RAG tools. ChatGPT retrieval plugin, Hugging Face transformer plugin, Azure machine learning, IBM Watson, Meta. Yeah, I definitely don't want to try to. I want to be as authentic as I can, I guess. Because the last thing I want to do is be later down the road once I start. I don't know. It's hard to imagine. Like, I've never done the YouTube thing like this where I'm trying to be consistent with it, build a following. But I don't want to be called out. I can't avoid being called out. I mean, I've already been called out on some of the shorts that I've posted. Like, who the fuck uses Perplexity to code, bruh? Like, I got that as a comment, and I'm like, damn. I'm not even like using it to code. I'm using it for I'm just like using it for some research, but I don't know. I realize that there's going to be some criticism, and I'm open to receiving that criticism because I definitely want to learn and grow. And if I'm too stubborn, I realize that will prevent me from growing. So, do I use a trading bot? I'm thinking of building one as a side project. I would use a trading bot. I mean, I remember a few years ago, I had a friend who got started in this multi-marketing business. I was going to say scheme. And I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, all right, man, I trust that you have my best interest in mind. And so I signed up for this trading bot where it was like, you need to refer your friends to the trading bot. And I don't know, it made a little bit of money, but then I didn't see any growth for like a month. So I felt like it was just a scam. But I didn't know much about trading at the time. But I'm definitely interested in learning how to automate trades because I think that there could be some value there. I'm trying to get a job that allows me to have the ability to make more investments. So right now I'm not really actively making investments, so I don't feel like I would use a product like that until I actually had some funds that were available. RAG is really good for AI chat, frequently asked question type problems. The YouTube thing is great for getting feedback, which is essential for making a good application. Yeah, I've started to realize that. I've had a few different live sessions where I incorporated some of the feedback that I got while I was working on the project. Like this blue button here in the navigation bar was a recommendation by somebody that was in the chat. Yeah, people definitely talking shit just to talk shit. I mean, I realize that. I appreciate it, Melancholy. I do. I'm excited. I get excited to think about the consistent effort that I'll put forth towards this project, and I appreciate the accountability that it's created for me. what programming language I'm most good at. I would say C. C programming is what I'm most familiar with. It's what I spent the most time on. I did a lot of embedded engineering programming assignments in my computer engineering degree. And I work with, I do another stream where I am exploring an open source hardware platform called the Chip Whisperer, which is a open, it's a board that's used for side channel analysis for breaking encryption algorithms. And that's what I do in my other stream that I titled Hardware Hacking. And the firmware is built with C programming. The biggest project that I built with C would be a rangefinder. I designed a PCB board using a PCB software called Fusion 360 and built some voltage regulators, designed the PCB boards for the regulators, and then designed a larger PCB board which had to sort of like recap it on the top of my head right now. I'm a little bit rusty because it was a couple semesters ago. But the most exciting part was the actual programming, the microcontroller that was soldered onto the board, which basically we would we had an LCD screen on the PCB board, and just creating a simple display, we had to program what exactly the display would say. And so we had to upload the code to the MCU that was on the board. It was a pretty cool project to see things go from PCB design to soldering on the micro components, and then just seeing things go from like the PCB design process all the way up to the programming was cool. This was, the project I'm referring to is not an IoT project. Here, one sec, I'll grab the board. All right, so it was this thing right here. Let me see. This guy right here. This was this is the MCU. This was for my junior design class. That's where I integrated the C programming, was onto that microcontroller. Yeah, I'm creating a Discord so that I can interact with people on there, just because like I try to consider like operational security to some extent. Like, so if I'm live streaming at like certain personal information, I try to be careful about. But I got, let me see, I'll invite you to my Discord. I literally just made this yesterday. Yeah, IoT is fun. It's definitely, I see a lot of value in learning how to build IoT projects. I'll send you my GitHub on Discord. There's been a lot of Python scripts to do stuff instead of C. Oh, you had a lot of Python scripts to do stuff instead of C? Yeah, I like Python as a scripting language. I mean, it's super powerful. For my senior design project, our project was built primarily in Python. For my senior design project, we built a drone swarm software. Duke Energy drone swarm. I have a unlisted video on my YouTube. But this was a drone swarm project that I built for my senior design class. This was not the final product. This was like during the first senior design was 2 semesters, so this was during the first semester. And the second semester, we made the graphical user interface look a lot more cosmetically appealing. So basically what I'm doing here in the software is I'm creating an area that I want the drone to traverse. Then the software creates a path. It utilizes a pathing algorithm, and then once the user clicks start mission, it traverses whatever path was created by the pathing algorithm. And then we did not have a camera mounted on the drone at this stage, but if the drone made a detection of of a person, it would produce a description of that person. And if certain criteria were met, like if the person were in danger, it was a search and rescue based project. So if the person were in danger, it would circle around that object that it detected. So this drone is being flown with the software. This is not being flown manually. So we were able to create a software that would fly a drone agentically, and the user could prompt commands through the software saying to go back to a certain point in the pathing algorithm, because it would create a pathing algorithm that had like 30 waypoints, and you could tell the drone to go back to like waypoint 20 or whatever waypoint that it that created. See right there, it says drone mission 13. So it reached waypoint 13 out of however many. Autonomous Lego project. Lego robots. That sounds pretty sick. Ziad says, I have built a small shell that behaves like Bash with C. That sounds pretty sophisticated. It did not integrate with Betaflight. We used Mavlink or Mavproxy. We didn't use Betaflight at all. I've tried to mess around with Betaflight in the past. I didn't have much success because I just felt like a complete noob when I was working with the drone that I had for the first time. But our drone, it was a Pixhawk flight controller, and it used, I forget what the Pixhawk used for firmware. ArduPilot. It was ArduPilot that we used. All right, Ziad. Thanks for checking out the stream, man. Hope you get some rest. Thanks, man. You're the first person I added to the Discord, so I feel incentivized to make the Discord a little bit more cosmetically appealing, because I just made it the other night and I was looking into automation for creating a more robust Discord. I just figure it's a good idea to have a Discord so that if people want to connect, that we can do it there. But thanks for checking out the stream. Review the sprint, then implement task 6 so the music discovery flow matches the podcast flow explicitly. Alright, so I integrated music discovery. So when I click on this blue button here, it's the content discovery button. I don't have audiobooks connected yet, nor presentations. I only have podcasts and music, which is I'm pretty happy about that. So when I go to music, we have 4 options available. I'll click on focus. We want focus music. It's looking for tracks. It's taking a lot longer than I would like. So it finds a bunch of tracks here, and it already added one. It was doing a bunch of tests in the background while I was talking to you guys, so I don't really even know what it's done yet. Alright, so curses from the past. Curses from past times. See, I guarantee most of these tracks are going to suck. They're not going to be good. But that's okay for now. Yeah, Mavlink. It is a communication protocol that a drone will use to send commands to an autopilot software. So there's an autopilot software called Mission Planner, and Mission Planner can use Mavlink packets to send commands to certain drones. Given that the drone has a flight controller that is compatible with receiving those kinds of packets, Mavlink packets. And then Mav Proxy is essentially a way of leveraging Python automation, so you don't even need a graphical user interface. I haven't had an opportunity to really explore that as much as I would like. But it is definitely cool. I love drone-related projects, especially since I worked on one for my senior design project. All right, I'm gonna test the music player a little bit here. I have no idea what this is going to sound like, so I apologize if it's crap. Well, I already don't like it. Not good at all. It is instrumental though, so I do give it that. Curse from Past Times. Maybe this is better. I was not expecting that. I like it. I mean, it's got its own mood to it. I feel like I'm watching a 1950. Oh, was not expecting that. That's actually not. I mean, I like the song, but it's not good for listening to an audiobook or a podcast, I don't think. I mean, maybe someone would like that, but I would be a little distracted by it, personally. So here's an example of what a good audio track sounds like. This one's sort of ominous.
Given the experience of this candidate, makes sense for us to probe in this area for this stage of the interview, and that is super helpful. Well, selecting the right questions from our question log, and just bring it up. So we use that a lot, constantly. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. This honestly, it rhymes with how I'm thinking about this one. We also have been talking to several people that have partially automated certain elements of their day-to-day work, like getting a morning briefing from like different conversations that have been going on. Here's the stuff that's important for you today. I feel like the more like the more responsibility you have, the more diverse are the topics that you have, and the more like ad hoc the topics feel like, which means that the standard way of automation, where you flesh out the process, right, and then you look what you can automate and how you can automate it, is it
the unresolved policy question is whether Internet Archive should be formally activated in the source list now, even though it does not actually control playback today. I'm not sure what that means. What is meant by activated? In this context, activated means officially turned on in the app's source configuration, not made newly playable. It would mean adding Internet Archive to available sources so the code and docs say the provider is supported, even though the current playback path already allows it through a different route. So the unresolved question is to whether mark Internet Archive as officially supported now, or keep it out of the source list until the real playback gate is hardened. Provide me with a recommendation and an explanation for this recommendation. I need to use the restroom, so I will be right back. Yeah, I use Perplexity pretty often. I have been told that it's not the best. I've gotten some criticism for using Perplexity, and I've been open-minded to that criticism, but I've been using it for over a year, and it was really the first AI service that I really ended up using the most. It offered a lot of benefits for me, and I've just created a pretty good project. Like, I work on different projects in Perplexity, but I'm using Claude specifically now to edit code and do stuff like that. I've never used Perplexity specifically for like coding, but I have used it for like having discussions on how to like understand the code and stuff. I feel like I'm going to have to get to a stopping point here soon just because I'm getting kind of tired. So my recommendation is to leave Internet Archive not formally activated yet, which I personally think is a good idea, until the real enforcement point is fixed. The reason is simple. The current source list is only a symbolic flag because playback already works through, so activation would claim support without actually changing behavior. If you activate it now, the codebase will say the provider is supported even though the real guard is still bypassed, which makes the architecture harder to reason about later. Leaving it inactive keeps the state honest. The feature works in practice, but the documented policy still says the provider is not officially part of the source allow list. Help me understand the allow list and also what specifically is being bypassed currently. An allow list is just a set of sources that are explicitly permitted to use a feature in your application. The source list is supposed to be the set of providers allowed to participate in music playback. What currently exists in the allow list? I think that's because we identified this source after we created an allow list. The current allow list contains the providers that initializes with .local and .simulisten with manifest config. In your Task 6 report, Internet Archive was intentionally not added for the active simulisten build path, so the effective allow list in that run was just local and simulisten. Allow list is equal to the set of providers the app says are permitted. In active simulisten configuration, that means local playback plus the bundled simulisten provider. Let's proceed with your recommendation and also make sure to include this decision in the decision logs so that it can be referenced later. Good morning, AI Moon. Thanks for stopping by. I hope you're doing well. Yes, the right next step is to keep the current behavior as is, but record the decision in the decision log so the rationale is easy to find later. Do not formally activate Internet Archive yet. Treat Task 6 as functionally complete and leave provider activation as a separate follow-up decision. That avoids pretending the source list is a real enforcement gate when Claude already found that remote playback can bypass it. The app already plays the added Internet Archive track end-to-end, so changing the allow list now would most likely change documentation and state, not actual behavior. Keeping it inactive is the honest architectural choice until the real playback enforcement point is hardened. Decision log entry, add a decision log. Okay. I'm currently working on an iOS project that I've started a couple months ago, and I recently decided that I would start live streaming my process through building it. And it's a dual audio playback application. It allows a user to select an audiobook or a podcast and then select some kind of background music that would go together for a dual audio listening experience. So if you wanted to listen to a podcast or an audiobook while you were on a walk or while you were driving, exercising, whatever it may be, you could also simultaneously listen to some kind of harmonious background, whether that's like something energetic like hip hop or some kind of like orchestra, epic, instrumental, or something ambient, or even classical. So right now I'm integrating different kind of music source catalogs. I'm only using non-copyrighted catalogs just because I'm not investing in any kind of licensing for audio files right now. So the actual available music is not really that good. But I'm just creating the proof of concept and trying to refine it to a point where I feel confident that I can start investing in licensing. Because there's a lot of music creators out there, like on YouTube and other sources, that create really good music for this kind of application. But I just haven't gotten to the point where I want to start working with those sources yet. So up here, this is the dual audio player. You can see there's two player cards. This first one, you can select podcasts, audiobooks, and then the second music player card down below is where you select obviously the music that you would want to go. There's independent volume control for the time being. I haven't incorporated any kind of sophisticated ducking algorithms that would harmonize the audio files together. That would be something that I'd probably work on later. I appreciate the question. Let's proceed with your recommendation and prompt Claude to integrate it. All right, so I'm taking Perplexity's recommendation and I'm giving it to Claude. Review the sprint document in the latest Task 6 report, then make the following documentation only updates, no code behavioral changes. So all we're doing right now is updating the sprint document. Then Claude is going to summarize the changes that it made, and then we're probably going to prompt it to implement those changes. That's a great idea to implement. It can't do that right now, but I would love to be able to incorporate that kind of functionality. Right now, I'm just continuing to refine the core concept. Like I initially had locally stored audio files. So I personally would go on the internet, I would find audio that I felt would fit within the scope of audiobooks, podcasts, music, such as ambient, chill, hip-hop, and I locally downloaded those files and I integrated those into the project directly. So that was sort of like the first version of the build, and now what I'm doing is I'm moving away from locally stored audio files and I'm accessing files remotely from non-copyrighted sources, just because I'm not working with any kind of licensed music or audio provider. So I'm limited to the audio selections that I can use, and that is the current phase of implementation right now, is just being able to identify music catalogs, podcasts, audiobook catalogs, and integrate those sources into the application. And then once I successfully do that, I would like to start working on those kinds of features, like you mentioned, being able to provide suggestions on what kind of background audio to use. But in order to do that, I feel like I need to have content that's available for the users. But that's a really good idea that I would love to implement down the pipeline somewhere. I'm probably going to hit my session limit here soon. And I think what's driving the session, or like the limit to be reached so quickly, is that I've automated tasks for the agent to test and validate the features that it integrates. And if it doesn't successfully validate that the feature has been completed, then it has to retry. And so it's been interacting with my application so I don't have to manually validate it myself, which would involve me launching the application, testing each individual component. See, like this, you could see it kind of like navigating right now, the application, and verifying the features, which is something that I just started implementing during the last session. So I can be hands-off while it tests and validates that the feature that it just created is actually working without me having to manually validate it, which is probably consuming a lot more of my credits or tokens. And just like wanting to be mindful of like token consumption, I don't know if I'm going to want to do that moving forward. It's nice that I can do that, but it's consuming more tokens than I have the budget for. Or I'm assuming that's what's consuming more tokens. But it is kind of nice that it has that feature that I can prompt it to test and validate, or that I can prompt it to perform tests, and if the tests do not pass, then it has to go back and it has to try again. It has to find a solution. What do you mean by revisions? You mean like less than ideal? Like if you're not testing and validating, then you're basically not confirming that what you're building is, like, you're building a bad foundation, essentially. That's kind of what I get from your comment, and I totally agree. And I actually got that information from a podcast. Yeah, reversions, yeah. I was listening to a podcast called The Engineering of Intent, Vibe Coding, The Engineering of Intent, and it listed a couple different checklists to make sure that your agents are doing, and one of those checklists was that your agent was, if it didn't have a test or a way to validate that the feature it implemented works successfully, then you would run into the situation like you're suggesting, reversion. So when I was writing a guideline for the agent, I included that it should be creating tests if it does not currently do that. Yeah, that's reassuring. I also created an invariance document, which are the non-negotiables for the agent. Certain aspects of the program that cannot be modified. So the invariance document, these are the non-negotiable constraints. They hold regardless of the sprint, the feature, or the refactor. Any change that would violate one of these must be rejected or explicitly renegotiated with the project owner before any code is written. And so as the agent is...
The Art of War by Sun Tzu. 1. Laying Plans. Sun Tzu said, the art of war is of vital importance to the state.
This is not a good example of audiobook and background music.
The art of war is given on 5,000 factors to be taken into account in those deliberations, including the defining conditions.
That was actually quite hilarious. It works, obviously. We hear the audiobook and we hear the music playing at the same time. I personally would not select that combination. Maybe someone else would, but yeah, functional tests that simulate actual end-user activity for critical paths that have to pass for code to be committed are a good way to prevent reversions. Yeah, I appreciate that reassurance. So I guess I'll continue to have these automated tests and validations. I actually kind of like it. The only concern I have is that it's consuming more tokens. When I started working on this project using Claude, I really never had an issue hitting token limits. But obviously, as I learn how to leverage this resource, I'm able to pump out more, produce more, prompt more, get more out of it. It's obviously going to use more tokens. I just want to make sure that I'm doing it as optimally and cost efficiently as possible. The assumed implementation state saved catalog track DTO, saved catalog tracks. Add content, music hosting the catalog, discovered section in library, queued owned records. I wonder if I can search for content rather than just being limited. So if I go to ambient, see, this is one question I have now, is that I've integrated this source, which is Internet Archive. So if I go to Internet Archive, Internet Archive is a non-profit library of millions of free text, movies, software, music, websites, and more. And there's a lot of audio files in here, but when I try to scroll down, I see a very limited view. So I'm curious what is causing that limitation. If there's like some kind of constraint where only a certain number of files populate. These are tools such as Playwright, which allow you to write deterministic UI usage that can be run like a unit test and don't use tokens. There are tools such as Playwright, which allow you to write deterministic UI usage that can be run like a unit test. Oh, that's good. That's good to know. I wonder how I might be able to integrate that into my workflow. Playwright UI testing. Playwright is a powerful, modern open source framework developed by Microsoft for fast, reliable end-to-end UI, end-to-end web UI. What if I want to test iOS? To test iOS, no. I want to test iOS mobile application on Xcode. To test a native iOS mobile application inside Xcode, you must transition away from Playwright, as Playwright only supports web automation. Xcode provides its own powerful native testing framework called XCTest and XCUI-Test for UI automation testing that interact directly with iOS simulator or physical Apple devices. So even though I can't use Playwright, there's still an option for me. And I think you mentioned that there's like other tools, so that's helpful. That's helpful to know. I'll have to spend some time and think about how I can integrate that. When I select the Add Content Discovery button and go to the Music tab and select one of the 4 different kinds of music options, there is a limited number of audio available, and I'm wondering why there is such a small amount of audio files that are available, given that the source catalog has hundreds of options. Do you know how bleep it is to use current frameworks? Is that bleep a sensor, like a sensor? Do you know how it is to use current frameworks and inherit all the problems when the tool in front of you can write it all from first principles without the packaging hijacking down the road? No, I'd be interested in knowing more about what you mean. when the tools in front of you can write it all from the first principles without the packaging hijacking down the road. Yeah, I definitely want to avoid any kind of hijacking down the road if possible. I know that my current workflow has some flaws in it, and I'm trying to patch up whatever I can. Like, I know I'm going to continue to make some mistakes, and that I'll probably have to go back and perform an audit probably multiple times. And so when you say current frameworks, you're saying using current frameworks can cause problems. For each dependency, you open up yourself to supply chain attacks. Do you have a code discriminator agent or prompt yet for each session of code? No, I've just been starting like with a fresh context window every time I start working on the project. Like today, I opened Claude with a completely fresh context window. I haven't done anything to be able to like reference back to this session, if I'm understanding correctly. And what that makes me think of is like I've seen some people suggest using one of the commands to like name each session that you're working in. I think it's called like rename the current conversation. I haven't done that yet, but I thought, okay, that might be a good idea. Yeah, supply chain attacks sound scary. I have some fear about stuff like that, but I'm not sure exactly like how to begin with creating an infrastructure to prevent those kinds of concerns. If you proceed with current frameworks, have a session between code bursts to check for problems. So you're saying run another session simultaneously? Like I should... Yeah, how would you get that information to me? Do you want to just like type it in the chat, or do you want to connect on Discord? I just created a Discord so that I could try to like connect with people on here. But I would definitely be interested in looking into that. I have been taking some notes about the suggestions that I've gotten from other people when I've been streaming. Let me look into what you're saying here. Code discriminator. A code discriminator evaluates whether AI-generated computer code is functionally correct, often comparing it against baseline logic. Some models use purely semantic text analysis to select the best code snippets. Once you have performed a coding session, ask to have the code reviewed. I have certain way, like part of my workflow does involve documenting the decisions that the agent is making. So like if I create a certain sprint and there's 7 tasks in the sprint, as I go through each task, if we decide that in task 1 we made certain decisions or the AI made certain decisions, then I have that same agent update the sprint document to include the decisions that were made for the code that it implemented. So every time I complete a task, I update the sprint, and I make sure that the agent includes a decision log, or I have a decision log, and I make sure that it fills in that log with the decisions that it made. Does each task have a unit test you can run? You want the code to be deterministic. I think so. I'm still getting familiar with some of these terms like deterministic. As straightforward of a word as that is, I sometimes still struggle with ambiguity. And what I've recently been demonstrating in this live stream was a unit test. I think it's a unit test. Basically, it's where I have the agent perform a validation test to verify that the feature that it is working on is successfully achieving our goal for that particular task. So it will be, so I have a simulation up of the application, and I'll be able to watch it navigate through the application, making sure that all the edge cases pass, that the feature that it's incorporating is it's validating that it works, basically. Deterministic testing is a software testing methodology where running the same test with the same inputs and initial state consistently produces the exact same output. I see. By eliminating randomness, concurrency, conflicts, and system clock dependencies, this approach guarantees highly stable, reproducible, and debuggable test results. That sounds like something I would like to make sure that I'm doing. I appreciate you guys chatting with me, because it's exciting to be able to engage with other people who can share some of this kind of information with me. Having agents do the code verification for each change will and does consume too many tokens. It is better to have the AI write tests that do that. So you only pay for the tokens once. Yeah, user XW2, I definitely appreciate that comment. I think it was you, or I think somebody mentioned Playwright. I think you mentioned it before. And because I am trying to perform UI testing to an Xcode simulator, and Playwright supports web automation, I would have to use a framework called XCTest. So that's something that I'm going to have to look into. XCTest. The small number of tracks you see in each music preset is intentional. The app is showing a curated subset of the Internet Archive catalog that passes Simulist's filters and heuristics rather than every possible audio file. When you tap Add Content, Music, and pick one of the 4 music options, the app doesn't just dump all tracks tagged as classical from Internet Archive into the UI. Instead, the catalog provider queries and then filters results down to a small, stable set that fit the mood preset, have usable stream-friendly formats, meet internal quality and metadata requirements so the dual audio player can handle them reliably. Because the Internet Archive is huge and noisy, lots of items, inconsistent metadata, mixed file types, the app has to narrow the raw catalog to a safe slice, which naturally yields only a handful of tracks per preset instead of hundreds. Yeah, that's what I figured. It is a lot to think about, no doubt, but I'm here for it, and it's only going to help me grow. So I do appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I hope to be able to actually take some of this information and apply it. I think some of the most valuable comments that I've gotten today, let's see. Well, that's among them. Yeah, basically tests, validating tests, and then how to avoid consuming too many tokens, and then having the AI write the tests that I'll use these other services to perform the validation tests for me. Yeah, I'm open to more. The next one is to prime the script header with explicit instruction. It prevents drift. Prime the script header. Are you referring to which script? Like the testing and validation script? Sometimes you can get away with just main if it's a small project. The header is explicit instruction on what happens in the code. Have you primed your contextual window as well? Well, I think the way that I want to answer that, which may or may not be directly answering your question, is that for this project, I created an architecture markdown file and a invariance markdown file and an agent limits markdown file. And then I also created a Claude markdown file. And the Claude markdown file is telling Claude to read the docs files that I just mentioned: architecture, agent limits, and invariance. The architecture markdown file contains the current architecture specs, such as object graphs, modules, data flows, life cycles, and persistence, kept up to date at all times. If code in this doc disagree, fix one of them in your change. So I've tried my best to create guardrails in the form of markdown files that exist within the root directory of the project, such as Claude Markdown. I created a documents folder inside the roots directory which contain the architecture, agent limits, and invariants. And I got that idea from this book called The Engineering of Intent by Sho Shimoda. I have not read the whole book, but this is Vibe Coding, The Engineering of Intent, the definitive Bible of vibe coding and AI native software development. And I think in like chapter 2, it talks about creating, because before that, I didn't have anything. I just had one architecture markdown file, which was saturated with implementation and design notes. So I've been iterating my workflow and hopefully have been refining it to be able to create better and better guardrails. And I've gotten suggestions from people in the chat, like such as yourself. And one of the takeaways I think that I'll try to consider at this point, mainly for token consumption, and just end-to-end validation, is that idea of deterministic and non-deterministic. I want to, whatever Google search I just had a moment ago, which was basically saying we want repeatable tests that produce similar output results. Deterministic testing. We're running the same test with the same inputs and initial state consistently produce the exact same output. A way to make your networked access stronger in logic. You want to prime the output to only think in terms of graphs. When it breaks the graph ontology, you can see it has drifted from the context. A very small one in this. Represent all knowledge as a typed constraint, validated graph of entities and relations. That sounds super valuable. I really got to take a moment to process that one. An ontology graph is the structural blueprint that defines the concepts, categories, and rules and relationships within a specific domain. A software development graph ontology defines the formal schema, vocabulary, and relationships for structuring code bases, issues, and deployment pipelines. Well, I'd have to get introduced to it sooner or later, so trace how changing a specific microservice will impact dependent APIs, front-end components, and downstream databases. Yeah, I'm not going to lie, this is going to take a minute. This is going to take a minute for me to understand how I can practically implement it. Like, I would love to just ask the AI to help me come up with a graph ontology for this project. Ontology is the stuff and relationships of any subject. When you ask LLMs to work with these, they perform much better. What would you recommend, like, the best way to get started on creating these kinds of, are they documents? So I'm building an iOS application. The programming language is Swift UI. The application itself is a dual audio playback application that basically allows a user to select 2 different audios to play simultaneously. The first audio will be like an audiobook podcast of some kind. And the second audio will be some kind of background music. Explicitly define the supreme outcome with impediments. You're asking me to explicitly define the supreme outcome with impediments? Or is that... Well, the outcome here is to be able to experience two audio files that play together harmoniously, synchronizing spoken form audio and harmonious background instrumental music that does not disrupt the primary audio, which would be the spoken audio. So if you wanted to listen to like a podcast or a lecture or something educational, that would be the primary content, and then the background music would be the secondary. Thank you, user XW2, for that reference. Okay, provide me with web audio ontology. Do I want to do it? Do I want to prompt the LLM and make sure that it has access to my code base? Because I can connect it to my GitHub, so I want to learn how to incorporate. Okay, I'll use please. Okay, sure. A web audio ontology is a formal machine-readable vocabulary for describing audio content and audio features on the web, so they can be linked, queried, and reasoned over using semantic web tech. I am building an application, a mobile application right now, not a web application. I don't know if that matters. Two widely cited efforts in this space are Audio Commons ontology and Audio Feature ontology. ACO for describing audio content on the semantic web, AFO for describing computed audio features and feature workflows as linked data. These complement event and timeline ontologies and can sit on top of dataset specific ontologies like Google's audio set. Key ontologies you'll care about: ACO. So all mobile at the moment is based on web stuff, then wrapped for iOS and Android. Okay. Got it. So not something I really have to worry about, because I'm building this project in Xcode and then launching an iPhone simulator from Xcode and connecting it to the Apple Store. It's not actually on the App Store yet. It's just in test flight, or test flight. If you're building an audio catalog search engine with Webby semantics, ACO is the natural starting point. Okay. Xcode is based on Objective-C. Normally people use a JavaScript or a JavaScript framework for building mobile applications. Okay, I primed the prompt for ontology. Now you can ask it harder questions, okay? So when you say harder questions, do you mean as it relates to like my specific project? How would you like a concrete RDF owl schema snippet that shows how to combine? I am working on a project that I would like to incorporate ontology graph 4. Yes, an ontology graph is a strong fit for Simulisten's music discovery and catalog layer, especially if you expect to grow beyond preset specific heuristics into explainable, adaptable recommendations. There are audio LLMs that can add arbitrary lyrics to music. What do you think I could use that for? Are you suggesting that adding arbitrary lyrics to music using an LLM could be like what's the value proposition? I guess I'm wondering, like adding like I don't know if lyrics is the right word that comes to mind for me. Some kind of spoken form audio. So and I don't know if I'm going off topic with what you're suggesting, but like one thing I was considering doing was integrating 11 Labs and generating some spoken form audio files, like if I get the transcript from some book that does not have an audio book. If you want the speech to oh yeah, for sure. I definitely want the speech to harmonize with the music well. And I assume there are resources that can allow me to do that. And I appreciate that suggestion. That's definitely the direction I want to go. Okay, so this response is saying ontology graph is a strong fit. Ask the prompt now to investigate your current code as a senior architect and focus on the global pattern investigation. Are you starting with a singleton or a singleton to restrict accidental audio track dupes? Okay. Investigate the current code as a senior architect and focus on the global pattern investigation. Are you starting with a singleton to restrict accidental audio track dupes? Investigate my current code as a senior architect and focus on the global pattern. If your larger pattern is okay, the rest of the code won't be a mess later. The global pattern is strong. Simulisten is a constraint-first, intent-engineered dual audio platform, not merely a SwiftUI app with repositories. The architecture consistently protects a small set of non-negotiable product truths: independent dual streams, durability, legally compatible sourcing, calm user experience, and privacy, then allows features to evolve inside those guardrails. Architectural pattern. Your system has 5 clear layers: product invariance, living architecture plus agent boundaries, core domain and provider abstractions, feature-specific discovery and UI flows, playback execution through one coordinator. The important design choice is that the invariant layer governs every other layer. Invariant 1 through 9 are stable contracts rather than feature-level requirements, and both sprint workflows and code review processes explicitly require changes to preserve or formally renegotiate them. That is an excellent pattern for AI-assisted development. It gives agents enough context to make local changes while sharply limiting accidental edits to the audio session, persistence, provider legality, or playback authority. The product kernel. The actual product kernel is smaller than the repository. 2 independently controllable streams, learning and music, 1 authoritative path from user intent to AV Foundation playback. Persistent recoverable user state, content that is legally and acoustically appropriate for simultaneous listening. The dual audio player view model, audio manager, player slot. This chain is your most important architectural spine. It centralizes playback authority and prevents views, catalog flows, library, auto advance, or remote commands from mutating AV player directly. The sanction library preview exception is appropriately narrow. It uses a throwaway AV audio player, pauses primary playback first, and is explicitly kept outside the main slot lifecycle. Boundary discipline. You are applying different kinds of boundaries correctly. Okay, here's where ontology begins. An ontology graph belongs above the provider layer and below the feature UI. As a semantic decision layer, good, it sounds like it has a manager and slots for audio tracks, stems, and data. Listening intent, preset profile, provider query plus heuristics, catalog track candidate, explicit add to library, durable user-owned selection, existing playback path. So I'm just kind of jumping to where the ontology begins. An ontology graph belongs above the provider layer and below the UI as a semantic decision layer, not as a replacement for the playback, persistence, or repository architecture. Add content UI, discovery view model, intent semantic graph, provider adapters. Now here's a brain folder. Ask the prompt to take everything it knows and tabulate it for ELI 10. Tabulate this prompt for ELI 10. ELI 10 means explain it to me like I am 10 years old. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering what that was. Explain like I am 10. Okay. Here is the global Simulisten architecture explained as if you're a 10. Simple words, but still accurate. It is designed so the app stays safe and organized as it grows. Big idea. A player that lets you listen to 2 things at once. what it means. One audio track that can be a podcast or audiobook while the other is background music. The rules. Yeah, I appreciate that ELI, because I've asked it to like explain it to me like I have no idea what I'm doing, or explain it to me like that's a good way to put it. The rules. The app's always rules. Important promises, like keeping 2 audio tracks independent and protecting user data, should not be broken by new features. 1 DJ. Only one person is allowed to control the music machine. The central audio manager is the only place that should start, pause, seek, or stop the real iPhone audio players. You can now copy this tabulated table and stick it in the header of the main. I don't even think I have a main in this project. It's called something else. It's called like Simulation app.swift. Rather than main. So yeah, I would just put it there. This reduces tokens because main has lower hypernymed data. Hypernym. Learning all kinds of new words. A broad generic word that includes a group of more specific words. Okay. There should be a main.c of some description. I'm used to having main.c in most of the projects that I've worked on. Yeah, I just asked Google, and it gave me the AI overview. Hyponym and hypernyms. What are hyponyms and hypernyms? Hypernyms are broad general words that represent a category, while hyponyms are the specific examples that fall within that category. Think of hypernym as an umbrella term and hyponyms as the items sheltered underneath it. I'm going to try to use those in a sentence tomorrow. Okay, hypernym, color. Hyponyms, red, blue, green, yellow. Okay. Hypernym, vehicle. Hypernym, video game. Hyponym, GTA 6. Mecha Chameleon. All right. So I should just copy the table as it is and then put it in main, is what you're saying? The more articulate you are in prompting with hypernyms will result in much better results. Okay. I just looked up why my project does not have a main.swift, because when I made the project, it did not create a main file. And it says that modern Apple app targets don't need a main file because the platform provides the entry point for you, and Swift can synthesize it from annotations. Which entry style you have depends on the kind of targets. But there is a file that contains at main. So I'll have to look at that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I definitely have, like, I thought like the last 30 minutes ago that I was gonna wrap it up, but I pushed past that. Correct, but we all discussed main in a general context of starting point. Okay. Yeah, like when I'm programming in C, I totally understand the purpose of main. Right, whichever language. Okay, so I have a file in my project that's called simulationapp.swift, and that file is usually created at the beginning of creating a project for any iOS or any Xcode project. So I'm going to that file. Yeah, I found the main. This main application struct conforming to the Swift UI app protocol. This structure defines the app's entry point and scene configuration. I think that's just what you were saying. Comment in that table. Okay. But do I have to, when I prompt an agent, do I have to like reference the agent to look for that? No, it will read the comments every time if it's in head. This enforces every LLM, DLLM, or the new ones to get proper context. Okay. And putting it in main is better than putting it in like a markdown file in the root directory. Like if I made a markdown file that says ontology report or something, ontology. This isn't an ontology graph, is it? Or an ontology table? Like what's a proper term to describe what this is? Okay. The ontology helps the app understand and recommend music, but it doesn't control audio playback, provider permissions, or your saved library. Those are handled by separate parts of the architecture. Spec table, okay. I have my Xcode IDE opened up in another window, and I am just putting that in there in the Simulus and app.swift file, which is the main entry point. If you see any change to the spec table, your project LLM has drifted the requirements. Okay. An easy way for a Viber to see if the code is potentially unsafe without unit test. I appreciate the time that you spent to explain all this to me. Now, I'm glad I have something like this too, because it's easy for me to read it. Yeah, I'm trying to do my best to not fall into the spectrum of vibe coders that are, I would say, I don't know, lazy or not the best representation of vibe coder, given that, vibe coder sort of has like a negative connotation to it. There's still the consideration that all it means is just using these tools to help us build software. And I definitely want to learn the best practices for using these tools and not skip past comprehension and understanding the important stuff. But I'm excited as well to use the tool, and I appreciate that I can move with speed, but I understand that I don't want to just prioritize speed over understanding. Well, I appreciate that you're spending, your time chatting with me about this. I just got my computer engineering degree. What do I want my app to do? User XW2. Is that you're asking what I want my app to do? I'd like it to, it's sort of like when I listen to certain videos on YouTube, like I've listened to a lot of motivational videos where I'll hear clips from speakers, or clips from movies, and they'll have music in the background, and I've just sort of been inspired by those compilations, and I thought it would be nice for me to have a way to listen to like a Jocko Willink podcast while having music in the background while I'm exercising, or listen to something educational while I'm exercising and have music in the background. Really simple. I'll demonstrate right now what I mean. Like, this is this is a use case or like a demo of how I like using this. And I haven't been able to get the app to be perfect. Like I would like the ability to have harmonization tools. I'm familiar like with different kinds of softwares that I could integrate to make the harmonization between two audio files more, I don't want to keep reusing the word harmonized, but that's why there's independent volume controls. So I'm not sure if you've heard of Jocko Willink, but he's a Navy SEAL guy. I've enjoyed listening to some of his stuff. So Andres, how's it going, man? Good to see you again. Thanks for stopping by. A technical way to remove audio from a track is to copy the exact audio waveform and point it backwards to the file. This essentially cancels out that level of the waveform, leaving you with the rest. I'd like to target Google for sure. I'd like to make this available on Google Play. I've just sort of locked myself into this framework. But I believe that if I get far enough along, that creating an Android version of it is a reasonable thing to do, that it could definitely be done. I'm just playing around with the tech stack that I've been using, and at some point I would like to do that. So right now I'm just going to demonstrate like a quick example of something that I personally would listen to, but everybody has different listening preferences.
This is Jocko Podcast number 548 with Echo Charles and me, Jocko Willink. Good evening, Echo. So I was reading through some material. I've been trying to get a sense of the leadership during the Cold War. And because everything was just so focused on nuclear war, they were so concerned about it. And I came upon some articles from the U.S. Army Command and General Staff College in Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. They had a publication called Military Review. And this is from November of 1960. And so it's post-World War II. It's post-Korea, but clearly prior to Vietnam. And this is at a time when everyone thought the next war was going to be a big nuclear war. So it's interesting. You can see some of that focus in there, but there was a couple articles that I thought were worth going into reviewing a little bit, just because they have lessons that apply to any situation, whether it's conventional war, nuclear war, or non-combat scenarios where you interact with people, right? People you work with, people you live with, people that you have to lead. So some good information here. Let's get into it. This is the Military Review, U.S. Army Command and General Staff College, Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. Again, November 1960. And some of the articles, interestingly, the first article is called Guerrilla Warfare in Ukraine. That's the start off right there. It had LRPs and nuclear target acquisition. So that's Rangers, early Rangers, pre-Rangers, long range reconnaissance, and nuclear target acquisition. There's the next.
All right, that was a quick little demo. This hip hop track has lyrics in the middle of the like a minute and 20 seconds in, it starts singing. It has like this singing, and it kind of messes with the experience. But what I'd like to do is like if there is a song that I like and I have permission to use it, I want to take the audio out and just have the instrumental. I know there's software that can do that, where you have lyrics to the song and you can run it through some kind of software and it removes the lyrical aspect, but it keeps the instrumental. All right. So I got some questions. Andres, have you been able to connect Claude to iOS simulator? Like Claude takes screenshot of the device, send virtual touch, thus navigate, then take a screenshot, orientate itself, and thus test app. Yeah, that's what we've been talking about, Andres, is being able to validate, test. But yes, that's something I have been able to do. I have more I could add to that response, but just to simply answer so that I could respond to this next comment here. Before you sink too much time into the Apple side, punch out a test demo for people to try. As a very seasoned Apple developer in games, they sometimes straight up deny new app ideas. Yeah, I appreciate you bringing that up. I have currently added this application on TestFlight, but I have not put it on the actual App Store. And to your point about Apple denying the app idea, I would be I would be kind of sad if my first attempt to get it on the App Store got denied. So maybe I should try to get it on the App Store sooner than later. I don't know if that context is helpful for your comment. But I do have a TestFlight version, and I have been getting testers for my app. I have about 20 testers right now, but they're all people that I know personally. I haven't marketed this for other people to download themselves. Like on YouTube, I haven't really put an effort into asking anybody to download it. Right. If I did get denied the first time, I was just gonna kind of take it and figure out what I needed to do to rectify it. But I do anticipate that could happen. But to reiterate, I've been sharing this product, this project word of mouth with like family and friends, and just asking them to test it, and growing it that way. At a certain point, if I get enough interest, I will share a beta version with people that I connect with online or parasocially via YouTube. I'd be happy to start sharing it with people. Definitely want to consider all of the aspects of like security and stuff like that. But I'm trying not to have fear prevent me from just going for it and trying to put myself out there so that I can learn rather than feel like I'm inhibited by fear because I don't want people to exploit information that I give out. Let's see, user XW2. So you need a mixture of models, like the one to take audio, do voice. Right, take the audio, do voice. Yeah, exactly. Like this system could get extremely sophisticated with regards to audio analysis, and I would love to just dive right into that. That's really what I feel will allow for that enhanced listening experience, because right now is just the proof of concept. I have 2 audio files playing at the same time. There's some configurability for the user to adjust independently the audio volume for each track, but I would love to automate that process for the user so that all they have to do is they select the book they want to listen to, and then they select the type of music they want to listen to, and it just seamlessly comes together, and it just creates an enjoyable experience without the user having to do too much configuration on their end. I don't mind doing the configuration because I'm excited to be building this, but I realize that for somebody to actually use this and enjoy using it and have it fit well into whatever their day-to-day activity may be, then it needs to be really super user-friendly. I started listening to this audiobook, or podcast rather. It's called the Vibe Coding: The Engineering of Intent, and I'll just play like a quick snippet of that.
Picture this: it is 2:00 in the morning on a random Tuesday.
Yes, it's a cautionary case study. So there's this startup founder. He used a highly advanced agentic AI workflow to build a massive prototype of a logistics platform.
Logistics platforms are notoriously complex too.
Right, so many moving parts. And he generated 40,000 lines of code.
Wow,
And he did it in a single weekend.
it's an unbelievable metric. A Herculean output that would have taken a team of 5 solid engineers months to build manually just like 3 years ago.
Right. And on Monday morning, it sounds like the ultimate Silicon Valley success story. He takes this 40,000 line prototype into investor meetings.
And he runs a live demo.
He runs it live. The UI is snappy, the backend handles the requests, the database updates perfectly, it works flawlessly.
Bone Circuit says stacking models eats a lot of tokens. You should do that offline. Ask a new LLM prompt to show you a stack of models using sub-process Python leveraging Ollama. This allows you to do that work offline. I remember when I was using Xcode Copilot and I ran out of tokens and I integrated Ollama into Xcode, but the results just were so bad. Like, I was not getting good results with Ollama. So I'd really have to like think about what tasks I feel Ollama would like non-complex tasks that Ollama could do, just because I didn't find that it was able to really provide me with good results. But maybe I just wasn't utilizing it in the correct way. I have 15 models acting as one large brain. Oh, that's right. I didn't mean to use it in that way. I downloaded Ollama and then I was able to access several different models in Ollama. Yeah, I appreciate your correction. Let me see if I have Ollama right now. I remember getting or trying to use Ollama so that I could work offline, like you're mentioning. Yeah, I guess I'm a little overwhelmed, like, right now. Like, in general, I'm overwhelmed, and I'm actually overwhelmed in this moment. Just because I haven't opened Ollama maybe like 2 months. And I've basically just been running Claude in the terminal, and I use my Perplexity, my friendly Perplexity assistant, and I work sort of with these two models, and that's about it. Yeah, I guess so. I definitely should probably take a break here in a little bit. I want to get to a stopping point, though. And I haven't had this much engagement when I live stream. I mean, I have actually. Like, Andres was here during my last stream. Glad to see he's checking out the what's going on. And but no, I really appreciate the opportunity to connect with people. So I guess that's what's kept me here a little bit longer. What's up, Kong? How's it going, man? I don't really have a favorite model. I wish I did. I just use Claude, whatever models Claude has. I've been excited to be using Fable, but it's been burning a lot of my tokens recently. So, but I really enjoy using Perplexity. I've just been using it for a while, ever since I was in school. I just graduated in May. And so I like that it allows me to access different models, even though I think the fact that it can access different models is interesting to me, but for some reason I feel like I'm not getting the same value out of these models as I would if I were paying an actual subscription to the providers themselves. That would be awesome if they probably will at some point. I wouldn't be surprised because they slowly integrate new models into Perplexity. I have not used OpenRouter. Yeah, my setup has been Claude and Perplexity. I use Gemini Pro just because I got it for a year for free. I got Gemini Pro for a year for free, so I use it for like video generation or image generation or just whatever kind of separate tasks I feel like I want to use it for. The Frontier models work best with their Frontier harnesses. That's a good point. It's good to know what the models specialize at. I recently got Claude. I haven't had it for more than like maybe a month. Maybe a little over a month, I don't know. And ever since I started using Claude CLI, I feel like I've been more empowered. Like I feel like I have more at my disposal for like the impact that I can make on my code projects has significantly increased. And I use Perplexity a lot for spacing my different projects that I'm working on, so I enjoy using Perplexity for that reason too. Bone Circuit, I write my own model files on front of models and hijack them through subprocess. Would love to learn a little bit more about what that really means. So like you have models that you use and then you write files for those models to influence their behavior, and then whenever you're working on subtasks you will hijack those model files, I think is what I'm understanding. Oh, I've got this audio playing in the background, sorry. It's just it's an ambient track from my audio player. Interesting to always see various people's workflows. Yeah, I agree. I was embarrassed to share what my workflow was in the beginning. I didn't want people to see my Perplexity terminal or my Perplexity window. And then I posted a YouTube short the other day and some guy goes, "Who the fuck uses Perplexity to code?" And I was like, I don't even use it to code. I mean, I'm just using it to have a conversation. But I've gotten a lot of people who've been like, "Why do you use Perplexity?" And mostly my answer is just because I've been using it for a while. To break it down, you download a model and then slap an enforced rule set on the front. Finally, you run it through Python using subprocess. So like, for example, how would I do that with Claude? Where does that model file exist? No, I have not tried LM Studio. Ollama's model file ontology is essentially the structure and semantics of its model file DSL. Digital subscriber line, a broadband internet technology that domain specific language. Okay. How models parameters. Have you tried LM Studio? Make it easy to run models locally. Is that like an application I can run natively, or is it Ollama docs model file? To create and set up an Ollama model file, you make a plain text file named model file. That looks familiar, actually. Define a base model with from. Optionally add behavior. Oh, never mind. I'm thinking of something else. Optionally add behavior and decoding settings and build it with Ollama create and run it with Ollama run. A model file is Ollama's blueprint for a custom model variant. In the official docs, position it as the way to customize prompts, templates, parameters, adapters, and imported weights. Models with model files are much stronger than a sloppy networked one or a random model downloaded. Start with the smallest working file from Gemma 4 system. You are a concise technical assistant. Save that as model file, then build and run it with. You know what I'll do is I'll create like a small little project that I'll try to learn how to integrate this kind of model file setup. Local LLM is dumb, is faster, cheaper, and everything in between. Just pay $20 or $100 subscription. You might enforce a model file when you work with acoustic layer of data. What model file can enforce? A model file can enforce behavioral rules around acoustic data analysis, required output format, allowed assumptions, layer taxonomy, confidence reporting, and refusal rules. I'm getting tired. My brain is hurting a little bit. Like I have a significant amount of information that I now want to start researching and looking into. One model you will encounter later is called Whisper for voice manipulation. Yeah, I've seen ads. I've been getting ads for Whisper. Open models just don't make a lot of sense. If you don't have like a real use case, like privacy, there is not actually a use case. Yeah, I appreciate it. I really do appreciate you stopping by and sharing your feedback. I think Andres has a interesting point, because when I first started using Ollama, it was specifically because I wanted to run something local offline because I had a privacy concern. Like there was a certain point where I was working on this application where I was like, if I'm using these online models or sharing my source code with these models, should I be worried about it? So then I started looking into offline LLMs, but they just weren't good. Like they weren't producing results like I was getting with the models that I was running online. So I guess I just decided that I wasn't gonna be super concerned about whatever proprietary information I think I have. Certainly. Kong, I'm vibe coding an iOS application. It's a dual audio playback application that allows a user to select an audiobook or a podcast and then some kind of background music that would harmonize well to create an enhanced listening experience. The best open weight and open source models don't run on commercial systems. Even gaming systems will have a hard time. You can add a short to the spread. Yeah, Bone Circuit, thanks for stopping by. All right. I appreciate everything that you were able to share with me. Yeah, I posted a short, a YouTube short the other day that was, I was just sharing what my current engineering process for having intent is. And I got somebody who responded to my YouTube video or my YouTube short, and they were like, they weren't rude about it. They were actually kind of nice, considering that they were saying what I was suggesting wasn't good. They said, what did they say? I'm trying to pull up the comment. Yeah, they asked me why archive folder. So I'm using an archive folder in my project, and maybe it's not a good idea, I don't know. But I just described what I'm doing, and the guy says, why use an archive folder? If you do a build release, you have a tag in the repository and can diff against that. And so he kind of just provided his opinion and shared what his thoughts were about what I was doing. And I haven't really spent much time looking into that particular, this is it right here. He goes, why an archive folder? If you do a build release, you have a tag in the repository and can diff against that. Like, it's probably better. Like, he probably has a good point, but that's just not what I'm doing right now. And if I look at where I'm at now versus where I was at like 4 weeks ago or even last week, like, I wasn't really creating guardrails for my workflow or my project at all. So everybody has sort of like a different workflow. They have however that they've learned, whatever experiences that they've had that has gotten them to this point to produce results, and that's great. I don't want to be ashamed of what I've learned to get to where I am now, but I also realize like I have so much more to learn if I want to go where I hope to be able to go, which is just being able to produce better results than I am able to today, and more reliable, and enforce sort of a more secure environment for my projects, because I know that what I'm doing now is there's definitely some kinds of vulnerabilities that I haven't been able to identify. So, and there's some workflows that are just so much more advanced than I'm able to implement right now. Like what Bone Circuit was saying earlier, like a lot of that stuff, and not just Bone Circuit, but like some other comments that were shared about good practices that are just beyond what I've experienced so far. So I'd like to be able to get to a point where I can start like integrating, some of these other ideas that other people have gained value from, but I'm not able to always implement them immediately because I kind of have my process of doing things. Yeah, dialogue is how we learn for sure. It doesn't always have to apply in every use case. The tech is so vast, you can customize what works for you. That's for sure. I was talking to somebody who gave me the idea of creating an archive folder, and I mean, they seem more knowledgeable than me. So even though I got advice from somebody who is more knowledgeable than me and I implemented it, somebody else who also had knowledge was like, that's not a good idea. So there's always going to be a different approach, a different way of doing things. But I think just being open to learning new ways of doing things is a super important attribute, at least that I've tried my best to maintain. This is the first prompt I've given Claude in the last hour, so I'm trying to get to a stopping point that I can begin working on this probably tomorrow. I don't think I need to be using Fable for these tasks right now, though. Yeah, Kong, that's what I use Perplexity for. I use Perplexity to help me come up with prompts that I can give Claude. Especially like recently when I want to like stop working on things and I don't want to return back to this project later and feel like I don't even know where to begin. Like, theoretically, I should start with the task that I most recently completed. Like, I have a sprint document, and inside that sprint document, I've got, like, 7 tasks. And right now I'm working on task 6. I just completed task 6, so theoretically I should start working on task 7. And once I complete task 6, I update the sprint document so that it reflects the changes. And I ask Claude to make sure to update the sprint document and include the decisions and the explanation for those decisions and any files that it added or whatever. But then I'll go back to Perplexity and I'll be like, I want to get to a stopping point. So let's talk about where we're going to pick up next when I return back to working on this project. And then I'll create a new conversation. And I'll create a new conversation, and then I'll leave that open for when I return. And so I have a brand new conversation with a prompt that I already prompted that kind of describes what I was working on last. I haven't used Hermes at all. Let me look that up. I've heard of it, of course. Hermes is an open source autonomous AI agent developed by Noose Research. Let me know if you have any experience with it. Persistent memory, automated skill creation, multi-platform access. Let's go to their website. I need to just like take a whole day and interact with all these different AI agent services and just play around with them. Yeah, I have not messed around with Hermes at all. I've just been working in sort of like this contained environment for this project. That's great to hear. Do they have like a subscription? Are they fairly priced? I don't see any kind of like subscriptions on here. All that has been absorbed by big labs, so at this time I don't see much point of it. Claude, Loop, Codex goals are similar to agents like Hermes. You use it with your LLM subscription, OpenAI or similar? Yeah, I was just realizing that. That's terrific. I got to come up with some kind of plan or some kind of project that I can practice. I don't know if practice is the right word, but just have something to play around with where I can integrate all these different AI tools and see what that experience is like for me. NVIDIA is giving for free API access to models, so you could get one of those APIs, configure it to OpenClaw or Hermes, and use open models like that. Just an agent harness. OpenHands is one also. What's up, Moozed? OpenRouter sounds like something you should look into also. Yeah, somebody was mentioning OpenRouter just a little bit ago. That's awesome, Moose. Glad to hear it, and I do appreciate it. I appreciate the reassurance. I've been enjoying the process so far, and it's been a way to keep me accountable to building my project. I've just started recently having people interact with me in the chat, which has been a great experience. It's been a little overwhelming, though, because people will share with me information that makes me feel like I have no idea what I'm doing. But it's great because it pushes me to grow. Yet, if you want to share like what you're working on, what you're building, would love to hear what that is. I always find it interesting to learn about what kind of projects people are working on, what kind of tools they're using. Hermes is like the MCP for agents, for models. Yeah, that's an acronym, MCP, that I learned mostly last year. Model Context Protocol, is that what that stands for? MCP. Yeah, and then there's ACP. I think ACP. Agent Communication Protocol, yeah. I was working on a senior design project, and we had AI integrated. We were using Ollama, and the system architect for our team suggested that we consider MCP and ACP. And it was the first time I ever heard of it. And I was thinking to myself, yeah, okay, like, sure. But it turns out that it is a very important aspect to the kind of work that I'm beginning to do with this project and what I'm learning about AI and working with these tools to build software. It's fine. Welcome to the deep end. We all are constantly learning. Yeah. Nobody knows what they're doing because everything is constantly changing. What's your application about? And yeah, I don't think anyone will ever know what they're fully doing in this space. I've learned at least 2 things tonight. I'm building a free open source harness for multi-platform, one-click install the UI. Whole point is just stupid easy setup, but gives you local AI with STT-TTS. Speech to text, text to speech. I already have it done at 12 gigabytes VRAM with Gemma 4 12B. I run my heavy coding loop on my other bigger graphics card. I appreciate you sharing. I really like text to speech, speech to text services. I did a fun project where I incorporated a couple different APIs, text to speech. I did like OpenAI's text to speech. And then I wanted to integrate 11 Labs, but I just never got that far. Free open source harness for multi-platform. One click to install user interface. Whole point is just stupid easy setup. Gives you local AI with... Okay. Okay, yeah, it sounds like you've kind of allocated your resources to, depending on like what workload you need, sort of like the big guns for. I can appreciate that. I'm just doing everything on my MacBook. Hopefully I'll be able to start a new job soon, and then I can start investing a little bit more money. Yeah, it's always good. It's always good to find the low-cost solutions. That's awesome. That sounds very generous of you. I'm sure by doing that though there will be some kind of rewarding aspect to it. You just want to hit the market before Frontier solves it. Is Frontier an AI? Frontier LLM? Oh, I see. I don't want corporate AI monopoly. It will be hard for Frontier to solve, though it will always be too expensive computationally, but locally solves it. No, you're good, man. I appreciate the conversation. I'm getting to a stopping point here with the project. I'm trying to push everything up to Git. I just pushed the changes up to GitHub. I'm just going to confirm that they're there. And then I'm going to prompt Perplexity to recap what we've done so that I could have start a fresh conversation with a new thread. I actually made great progress. It was all sort of happening peripherally, though, because I was engaging like with the chat, which was terrific. I haven't had. I mean, the last couple streams, I've definitely had a couple people chatting with me, but it's been enjoyable to engage. But I've had Claude validating and testing the simulator for me so that I didn't have to manually run tests, which was really cool. I was glad to be able to do that, but it cost me a lot of tokens to do that. So the good news, though, that by chatting with some of you guys, I got some really great feedback on how I could avoid consuming so many tokens with Claude validating the simulation for me, and I could use a different resource, and that resource was XCTest, which is Apple's foundation framework for unit and integration testing of pure logic, APIs, and view models. UI automation layer, specifically used to simulate user interactions like taps, swipes, and text entry. So that'll be helpful. I can use Claude to write those scripts for automation using XCTest rather than having Claude actually validate itself. So that should save token consumption for me. I'll have to explore that. But I'm glad I was able to interact and get some information that could be helpful. Currently building Clicky, but with an agent for mobile to delegate. What's Clicky? I haven't heard of that. Is that a Clicky? Clicky, free AI assistant for Windows. There's all these different AIs. An innovative open source AI assistant that acts as a digital tutor or buddy that follows your cursor. Wow, okay. It uses screen capture, audio transcription, and computer use AI to understand what you're working on. That's cool. Okay. I know there's an already Claude Dispatch and Codex Remote, but this was less for coding, more for computer use while I'm out. Where them? I'm still in the research phase. Research phase for what? The last thing you said was nobody knows what they're doing because everything is constantly changing. Which makes me feel better, by the way, when you said that. Clicky sounds actually pretty useful. I don't know how I would use it quite yet. I'd have to play around with it. Talan 3467 asks Kong if he's commanding an agent to do stuff on the computer remotely. Kong says, I don't think Rice of Ephemeral one use apps are going to be amazing these coming years. I don't think the rise of ephemeral one use apps are going to be amazing these coming years. Yeah, I realize how I'm not using any of these really. I gotta play around with them more. Where them was actually anti-AI for a long time, but just decided to jump in and research what was going on about a month ago. I'm just researching the tools and observing what others are using. The rise. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I got you. The rise. I've been using Grok build with 4.5 and it's been pretty good. Yeah, I've justified my lack of use of any of these other models just because I can go in Perplexity and I can click on one. But I don't think the experience is actually the same. So in some kind of way, I have interacted with a couple different models, like Nematron, Kimi, but I don't use them for coding. Like, I'm not using them specifically on my code project, so I don't know how much value they're really offering me in the Perplexity workspace. Talon, can we get to the point where end users just say they want to iOS or Android and it makes the app for you? You mean like a one shot? That's like a Hail Mary. When I first started working on this using Xcode and I was able to use the Copilot, and then I started prompting it what I wanted, I honestly felt like that's the capability that I was experiencing, was like that one-shot experience, like everything is about to work right away. And I quickly realized that we're not quite there yet, but I think we're going to get there at some point. One-shot apps exist. Perplexity is a harness, just like Hermes and OpenHands. They all have their own architecture. What is a one-shot app? Like, how would you even define? Like, how do you? I mean, because you could have like a weather app, or you could have an X.com, or something like incredibly sophisticated. You know, what's really powerful is Perplexity Computer. I haven't used that nearly enough. It's just cost me too much money. I want you to perform a recap of this entire discussion in this thread and provide a prompt for a new thread so that we could start from where we left off. With useful context. Codex Computer is new and they say it is too good. I didn't realize that they had one. Where them says, I think in the future people will just develop their own operating system on their hardware. I look forward to those days, and I look forward to hopefully being somebody who knows how to do that. Any one-shot app will be worse than an app that's been refined with tons of feedback and iteration. Yeah, I think initially I agree with that. Then you'll just have networking services so everyone can connect. One-shot app, closer thing to that is you spec out all the incentives and tickets, tasks using stuff like OpenSpec or SpecKit. You spend days, then you do loop or goal implement. Yeah, I've kind of just accepted that one-shotting things is very ambitious. Not that it's impossible, but like I don't know. I was listening to something the other day that was just about how it's hard to one shot like an incredibly complex system, and creating those guardrails, setting up documentation that allow for creating clear context along the way. I don't know, just like as you move through the pipeline of building your application, it's going to start deviating. And so how do you maintain that linear progression towards your application vision, and minimize the reversion points where you have to kind of take multiple steps back? How can you create an infrastructure that allows you to progress forward, assuming one shot isn't practical, and reduce the amount of times that you have to rewrite thousands of lines of code and go backwards. And that's one thing that I've really wanted to avoid with this application, is like not having to build out all these new features and then realizing that something in the foundation was overlooked and now I have to rewrite a bunch of code. One shot, not perfectly polished app, but all flows and use cases, user stories working. That is doable, but no one specs 100% before start. Yeah, just a different type of one shot. I gotcha, for sure. Yeah, I think one-shotting becomes a lot more practical when you have those kinds of guardrails in place and that you build that infrastructure out. Because then the AI doesn't have it doesn't have to make decisions or guesses. It can just follow the instructions. Yeah, these last couple days I've been spending more time zooming in on the documents like the architecture document, the sprints. I've been spending more time on those guardrail documents than I have been on actually prompting Claude to write any code. Just because if I end up screwing something up down the road, I want to be able to reference where that error occurred and fix it as soon as possible, and minimize the time between when the error happens and when I identify that it happened. And then also have a place of reference where I can find out what decision was made that caused it to happen. I would like to get into looping. I've heard some positive and negative things about looping. Maybe more of like a philosophical thing, like I forget what video I was watching, but it was just criticism about looping. There's always going to be somebody who's going to be talking negatively about making things more agentic and less humans in the loop. But I think it's like getting access to these capabilities allow for a tremendous more amount of speed. And I think that trading speed for comprehension and understanding is really risky, which I can appreciate because there's so much I don't comprehend, and I don't want that desire for speed to prevent me from having a desire for understanding and comprehending. But I also don't want to spend time trying to learn about things that are just out of date and legacy. That's a good point. Yeah, we're let's have people start creating loops so that they just keep spending more money on tokens. I could definitely see that being one fundraiser for them. Yeah, Talon, that's a good point. We're basically just writing scripts for these kinds of organization workflow tools. Moozed asks, what does the app do? Moozed, are you asking me or are you asking one of those guys? I looked away for a minute, so I wasn't seeing the chat. Kong has agents that reply to his emails and text messages. That's meta, bro. I still prompt my LLMs to help me draft messages so that I can manually hit send. Okay, yeah, I'll do a quick demo for you. It's a dual audio playback application that allows a user to select an audiobook or a podcast along with a background music soundtrack that ideally enhances the listening experience. So I'll select a hip hop track. I'm only going to play the first couple, like maybe minute of the hip hop track because there's some lyrics in it, and the lyrics just kind of mess it up. But here's a vibe coding podcast that I'll play.
He actually raises his seed round of funding based entirely on that money. So back in
Practical, production-hardened perspective to the type checkers, the CI/CD pipeline, the runtime environment.
all the infrastructure.
Yeah, that infrastructure supplies the feedback signal.
Let's throw out the old maze analogy people usually use for work-off processors because I think it's outdated. A modern software project feels much more like a video game physics engine.
I like that. How so?
Well, the state is the physics engine itself. The gravity, the collision rules, the current position of every object in the game. The action is the inputs the player, or in this case the agent, makes to move a character. And the reward is actually completing the level.
That is a far superior analogy because it highlights the systemic nature of the environment. The AI agent can render beautiful graphics. I mean, it can write syntactically perfect code. But if it doesn't understand the gravity and collision rules of your specific state, the character just falls right through the floor the moment you hit play.
Exactly. And what is critical to understand here is that if you remove absolutely any of these three pillars from the triadic process, the entire system degenerates.
Let's walk through that degeneration because it happens all the time.
Okay, so if you remove the human, the reward function loses its anchor. There is no intent, just a machine generating permutations of logic without any actual business goal.
Yeah, totally useless. And if you remove the agent, the action space collapses back down to only what the human can physically type with their fingers, which just returns us to 2015.
So
Right.
the first track
But the
was
most
was a
common
hip hop
failure,
track, and the
Shimoda
second
says, is removing the third pillar.
the second track is a ambient track.
Oh, absolutely. If you don't have rigorous tests, strict type checking, and active telemetry, then the human and the agent are basically just writing fan fiction together.
Fan fiction, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah, they are talking past the system, not through it. Shimoda points out that most dysfunctional AI-assisted engineering teams are actually just dyadic teams in disguise.
What do you mean by that?
Well, they run tests manually instead of continuously. They ignore type warnings. They don't look at logs. They eliminate the code base as an active, immediate feedback loop. And then they wonder why the AI is hallucinating completely unworkable architecture.
Yeah, that's the main idea. Is the podcast changing to fit the music better, or is my brain make? See, that's the thing about harmonization. There's no sophisticated waveform analysis that currently exists in this software. That is sort of a stretch goal that I have down the line. Right now, it is just finding two tracks that hopefully mesh well together naturally. That's why I picked those two tracks, because I personally felt like they would go well together. So that was sort of like, that was just those two tracks that I put together. I think they go well together. There's a lot of music out there that just does not go well with spoken form content. And, of course, music with lyrics is not going to go well. So part of the process has been trying to identify a music catalog that I can leverage right now, non-copyright, because I don't have a budget for licensing at this time. So I'm just trying to identify sources that are non-copyright, that are instrumental. But a lot of those catalogs are really bad. But that's okay. I'm just trying to refine the proof of concept for right now. It doesn't yet. At some point, I would like to be able to allow the user to have access to features that enhance the listening experience with less configuration. So that way they can select the type of book they want to listen to or podcast, and then select the type of music or energy that they want as background music. That has definitely been something I thought about doing. I have absolutely thought about doing music tracks, generating music. I've created a few soundtracks using 11 Labs already that I think would go well. Like, here's one soundtrack that I made. So I made that track like a couple months ago, and I like it. So I might have to do that. I was thinking about collaborating with like other music creators, people who do that. They spend their time making music, and maybe establish like a partnership with somebody who would be willing to work with me. Like having them specifically make music that would go well with spoken form audio as a background. So I've been looking forward to being able to focus on that aspect of the project, but right now I'm trying to just build out like the software infrastructure, the user interface, refine the proof of concept, get beta testers. All my beta testers are people that I've gotten via word of mouth, people I know personally. At some point I'll start marketing it online, but it's just kind of an organic growth process. Just have the agents making songs that fit the style you want for the vibe you want. Yeah, that sounds great. I think they could reason and find what fits. That's a good point. I believe that the capability is out there for sure. That's fantastic. Maybe we could connect and we could chat more about that. I have a Discord that I made like the other day. I need to like work on it because right now it's very bare bones, but I can share it in the chat here if you want to join it. 2-stage epic plan. 1. Get people to use this app and collect data on all the pairings they create. 2. Use that data to train a model to select and generate music to spoken form content. Yes. That's a great, that is epic. That is epic. I wish I could one-shot that. I wish I could put that in a prompt right now. Should I use Codex for that? I got to work on the Discord, so it's going to be very bare bones if you join it right now. But the other day I was like, somebody asked me for my email, and I was like, well, I don't want to share my email. I'll just make a Discord. Not that I'm the email that I made is considered a business email anyway, but I just thought it might be good to have a Discord. Yeah, Andres. Was it you? No, I thought it was Ziad. It was this other guy, Ziad. But Andres got my email from my YouTube channel. I saw it was on there, and I was like, yeah, I forgot that it just shows on there. So I was happy that did you email me? I haven't even checked my email yet. I'll check my email, I promise. Once I get off stream, I'll check it. Yeah, I took it off my profile. I looked at a couple other YouTubers and what they were doing. Some of them had their email on their profile. A couple of them didn't. But I feel like a Discord would be a cool way to connect with people. I might put it back up there. I don't know. So I think I've gotten to a stopping point. Let's see, what's next? I don't have a sprint for the next feature yet. So I think what I'm gonna work on next time is brainstorming for a new feature that I want to work on, because I have successfully integrated the music catalog. It's not a good one. I need to add more music catalogs, non-copyrighted music catalogs. But this is the home page. Here's the library view, which isn't really that great either. Cosmetically, I'm not a fan. This is the profile view, which doesn't even work. I mean, this is just like a template. And then the settings isn't really good either. So I need to really brainstorm and think about like what's the next best feature that I should start working on. I mean, there's a lot of things that I want to work on, like cosmetically, but I'm not so concerned about the cosmetics. Like I am, but I want to get these non-copyrighted audiobooks, music sources, everything integrated, and then build the UI around that. So I have podcasts and I have music. So logically, audiobooks might be the next best thing to integrate. So yeah, that's probably what I was gonna do, Andres. Make the music part more hands off. So like, rather than having people like search for music, have the application find the best option according to their preferences, is what you're suggesting. I do like that a lot. That's a good idea. Yeah, I appreciate that. That's a good point, Tellen. Ned Mack, how's it going? I appreciate the question and the genuine comment there. Yeah, I guess it's just, well, let me read the rest here. I'm assuming you just want something to ship rather than actually learn something new while you make a project. No, yeah, I appreciate the question, and it's a fair assumption. There's a lot of people on the internet who are sort of riding this hype train, this vibe coding trend, and I think that the word itself is really like portrays that kind of like person who doesn't really want to do a whole lot of work or understanding. They just kind of want to one-shot a project and then try to make money off of it or whatever, which isn't really the approach that I'm taking. I'm just, I think the word vibe coding has taken on a different meaning for me. It's sort of the word that's used to describe building software with AI, I guess. And I would describe what I'm doing as learning the best practices as it relates to programming with AI. So although I definitely have gaps in my knowledge, I would like to strive to align my workflow with the best practices of using AI. I definitely want to try my best to, I don't mean to be redundant, but like best practices. There's a book that I've been looking into by this guy named Sho Shimoda, and he wrote this book on the engineering of intent. And in his book, The Engineering of Intent, he talks about how vibe coding is just the phrase that's been given to this new kind of engineering practice. The engineering of intent is a methodology conceptualized by practitioner Sho Shimoda, which shifts AI-assisted development from unstructured speculative prompting to a strict intent-first paradigm. It focuses on writing, orchestrating, and judging AI-generated outcomes by authoring precise specs and constraints. It's yeah, I mean, it's just one of those buzzwords that that's out there today. You know, it's whether, you know, for better or for worse. And I understand people who, like, initially I thought like that. I mean, I still find myself thinking like, is vibe coding like even what I'm really doing? I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to do is learn how to use these AI tools to build a product that I've always wanted to build. And there is this, I really don't know anything, to be honest. Like I'm trying my best to keep up with these tools. What I was doing at the beginning of the stream was I was literally just reading this blog post. Master Claude Chat, Cowork, and Code. It is a practitioner's guide to getting real operational value from Anthropic's Claude across all three of its interfaces. Whether you're prompting in chat, automating workflows in Cowork, or building agentic systems with code, this book takes you from first principles to production-grade patterns. This book is structured in 7 parts, moving from foundational concepts through each interface's capabilities into the engineering practices that make AI reliable at scale, and finally to security, governance, and the future of human-AI collaboration. Every chapter includes working code examples, architectural patterns, and practical advice drawn from real-world deployments. NedMax says he doesn't have any issue with vibe coding. I mean, AI is an insanely powerful tool that can and should be used for human advancement. My main concern is the people that rely on AI and in doing so lose the ability to actually innovate and think for themselves. Yeah, I think most of us would agree. I think most would agree with that. And if you're just now stopping by, then I understand sort of like the initial curiosity behind your question. Because I would want to wonder the same thing. Kinky Swagfish, how's it going? Yes, now it is not a question of coding, but being an architect and guiding the AI the right way, knowing your stack and practices. Yeah, for sure. You know, one interesting consideration is that all of us are going to have different workflows. We're all going to be familiar with different tools and services. And there's not one best way of doing things. I mean, maybe there is, but there's like so many different services out there. A lot of people have different environments, building environments, and whatever we learn how to use for ourselves, that helps us get results. is worth refining, and then trying to create whatever the next iteration is that's an improved version of our current workflow. And I think most of us, most people I've talked to would generally agree that the initial concern of vibe coding is that people are going to be less curious about what's actually happening under the hood. But I think most people would also agree that these are incredibly powerful resources that, if we can learn how to use them properly, could really help produce a lot of value. But I mean, my algorithm on YouTube shows me things like junior devs don't know how to code anymore, and I watched the video on that earlier today, and so that just kind of made me take a step back and made me ask myself, am I becoming that junior dev who doesn't know how to code anymore, or doesn't even know, understand the lower level logic behind bits and bytes and data structures and data types like an integer, understanding bits, understanding memory. Those things are definitely still important to me. I want to make sure I can preserve that information as best as I can. But also learning how to use these tools is there's no one perfect method right now. I think as all these things change, we're all trying to keep up as best we can. The link didn't work? Okay, let me see why. Oh, I think I might need to make a new link. Yeah, I didn't even create a link. I just copied the URL. So that link should work. Sorry about that. I don't understand machine code my compiler writes. Does it matter? I don't think so. I don't think it matters. Yeah. I think if there's a curiosity and an incentive to understand how things work offline, which I think generally we all have, it's just, do we want to take the time to actually do we actually want to take the time to learn what's going on under the hood? And sometimes, I mean, if we want to get hired by certain companies who value that, then yeah, it's important. I had a software engineering interview a couple weeks ago. I got flown out to Charlotte, and they didn't give me the job. And I did my best to, be authentic, genuine. I mean, I made it to the third round of the interview where they flew me out there. I passed the second interview, which was a technical interview, but it was remote and it was online. And then the third interview was in person, and I was sitting down, and they asked me these high-level abstract questions on how I would solve certain code problems. And I mean, I did my best to answer. At the end of the day, maybe it just wasn't a good fit, but it definitely made me feel like my foundational knowledge on data structures and programming just wasn't good enough. And so that's when I just decided that wasn't the moment that made me decide I wanted to start working on what I'm doing with YouTube now, but it just made me feel like, all right, I'm not going to let that experience define me. I'm going to continue to learn how to use these tools that are available. But I also want to make sure that I'm doing my best to understand how to be able to use them in a way that companies will at some point value, that I know I not only know how to use them, but I know how to create the guardrails for them as well, to maintain whatever minimum security baselines that a company may have if they want to hire me for something. They know that I'm not just prompting blindly. But I don't know, I'm getting really tired, so I feel like I'm just rambling and not making a whole lot of sense. You got an associate's in CS last May and have been applying to jobs since. I've had no luck with interviews. I should have tried to get an internship while in college, but it's too late now. congrats on getting the degree. I actually graduated in May as well. I got my bachelor's in computer engineering. Don't give up. Don't give up on making mistakes. And I watched this YouTube short the other day, and it reminded me, like, quitting is just not going to be an option, because if I quit, even if I make mistakes, I can at least learn from them. But if I completely give up, like on this YouTube thing, if I just stop, I'm not going to learn how to get better at it. But if I make mistakes, at least I can learn how to do something a little bit differently. I used Perplexity to make 4 different resumes for me: a software engineering resume, an IT networking resume, embedded systems resume, and a cybersecurity resume. I think compilers are too low level machine code, as AI agent code is too high level. I wanted just Tom. Hey man, how's it going? I think learning the philosophy is good. Knowing what a good developer would do and how to structure it is important, in my opinion. Knowing the actual language doesn't seem like it's as important to me. Internships were helpful in interviews. Definitely do them if anyone here is still in college and doing CS. Yeah, I think Ned just got his associates. Ned, are you going any further with your education? I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I'm not here building a Jarvis application like you see that viral YouTube video, that guy, vibe coding term will die. Yeah, I mean, that's a possibility. I think it's kind of funny now. I mentioned the term vibe coding in my software engineering interview at the very end of the interview, and I was wondering, was that a bad idea? Like, should I have not mentioned that? It was like right towards the end of my interview, and I was like getting really comfortable and having like casual conversations with them, and I mentioned the word vibe coding, and I almost wonder if they're like, yeah, he's a vibe coder, we're not gonna hire him. The thing about it is, even though we're in a space where there's a lot of people discussing it, it's still a very small amount of the population that are using these tools, just knowing the things we are. That's a good point, for sure. Knowing now means we're still incredibly early. That's a really good point. I don't know exactly where I heard that from as well, but the amount of users on these AI services is so massive, but the percentage of those users that are actually learning how to leverage them for building software is incredibly small. Cloud Code calls it vibing when coding, but instead just use prompt engineering, LOL, instead of vibe coding. Yeah, that's one way to put it. I think there is vibe coding, and then there is using agentic coding. I really wouldn't consider them the same thing. Yeah, bachelor's is good. I just got mine. It took me a little while to get it, but I got it, and we'll see how things turn out. I should be hearing back tomorrow about hopefully tomorrow I'll hear back about a job, so I won't have to work my my summer gig that I've held on to for far too long. Yeah, I think it's still very early. Yeah, thanks. And Ned, congrats to Ned as well. He got the associates recently. Some of the jobs I've seen do require bachelors, but majority require prior experience, for which it's the dumbest thing ever. For this entry role, you'll already have past experience. That's the struggle, man. That is the hypocrisy of the space we live in today. Yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do. Swag fish. I was lucky to have an internship. I wrote an essay and I got a scholarship, and then that scholarship connected me with a list of different people who contributed to the scholarship, and then I got connected to a company like through that. So getting a scholarship, if there are companies that are sponsoring that scholarship, those companies sometimes will reach out to the recipients of the scholarship and offer them guaranteed interviews. And that's how I got the internship, was through a guaranteed interview, because I got a scholarship. Yeah, man. You could I mean, I put this app on my resume. I said I built an iOS application. I mean, I definitely embellished my resume. But I didn't do it in a way that didn't align like with what my aspirations are and what I intend to learn. Flow coding, yes, I like that one. The agent reduces bottlenecks in thought so the dev can be in a state of flow and execution. Everyone's got a different path to make it to wherever they're trying to make it to. Yeah, I appreciate you guys jumping in the Discord. It's a brand new Discord, so give me like a little bit of time to create some structure for it. Ned Mack he's been considering going all into AI, make the apps look great, but the other part is saying I won't really learn much, so it's gonna hurt in the long term. Yeah, you know, at the end of the day, we gotta make sure that we keep the lights on, put food on the table. Talon says just leak code without AI to learn foundation of data structures and coding, and then Vibe assist some epic projects. Yeah, it's kind of like we have to do both. We have to become great at leveraging AI, and then we also have to still be proficient in understanding how functions work, what data types are, how structures work, how would we solve a problem? Like, how would we, given a certain problem, write a function that helps you solve some kind of problem statement. When I went to the software engineering internship in Charlotte, they asked me to write a function, like articulating in words on how I would, given certain input, it was for a utilities company, and they had there are these things called transformers, and then there are these things called meters. And the meters measure voltage levels in localized areas for like residential areas, and the transformers are these large structures that are scattered throughout an area that the voltage drops. And anyway, they're like given like 10 million meters and 100,000 transformers. If some of the meters were not linked to a transformer, how could you write a function that determines the nearest transformer with respect to the meter that doesn't have a corresponding transformer? And that was the question they asked me, and they're like, write a function to be able to determine the transformer that's located nearest to an unmarked meter. And so it required a lot of critical thinking. They're like, you can ask us questions and we'll kind of guide you along the process. And that was pretty difficult, I'm not going to lie, but I did my very best to respond to it. So you have to be willing to like think critically out loud and articulate these ideas on how you would write a certain function for a given problem. So yeah, pseudocode is incredibly valuable. Just being able to articulate your ideas in words on how you would write code. It was like a month or two ago, so I feel like I should have taken more time to really reflect on that experience. But and the second question was like a high level systems question. They wanted me to architect a solution. If they were to incorporate AI, how would they feed a bunch of random data into an AI so that if a user wanted to search for something, the AI would be able to provide that information to them? And so they wanted me to architect like the services that I would use and how I would approach it, and that one was pretty difficult as well. I thought that was going to be the easy one. If you go on HackerRank has a really good free mock interview. If you go to HackerRank, they have like a mock interview for free. I would definitely try that. HackerRank. Ace your next technical round with AI-powered mock interviews. Practice real-world challenges, get AI-driven feedback, and boost your confidence. I did this. I got an interview for Wells Fargo cloud engineer position, and they had me do some kind of HackerRank technical assessment. And when I created my HackerRank account, they had this option to take a technical screening interview for free. and you're being interviewed by a live AI agent, and it's very intelligent. It asks really good questions. So I would check that out as well. Hackathons have been good system practice, like putting together a bunch of services together to solve a problem. It's fun to try in most up-and-coming stuff. Definitely. All right, yeah. Sounds good. Thanks, Ned. I'm also going to wrap it up here. I got to a starting point with the project, and I'm happy about that. So when I start working on this next, I'm going to consider some of what you guys said. That I should work on next. I forget what you, I don't know. I'll look back at the comments. But I got to wrap it up just cuz I'm so fatigued. So thanks for stopping by, and I'll work on that Discord a little bit. Give it some more structure. All right, sweet. Thanks, guys.